Representative McDonald, would you like to lead us off in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1700, adding a non-voting student member to the State Board of Education, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Alexander.
Good morning, Madam Chair Noble and members of the Education, Policy, and Administration Committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I filed this bill on behalf of a high school student at Goffstown High School. His name is Brady McCann. He's here today to testify right after me, who indicated that much like school board members, there are student school board members. He would like to see an advisory position on the State Board of Education for a student member. So I'm going to let him really be the show, right? I'm just going to introduce this real quick. The way I crafted this is on line 20, section B. Basically, the student on the state board needs to be attending a career school, high school, community college, university, enrolled in an EFA program, home education program, in between the ages of 14 and 22. They can only serve one term, and they shall be a non-voting member. So really, I just tried to craft it carefully to include all students, professionally engaged in education. And then just on lines 5 through 7, I mainly had that drafted in to say that the other members of the state board cannot be students that are professionally engaged. So I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to take questions, but like I said, I'm here on behalf of a young professional at Goffstown High School.
Are there any questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question, Representative Alexander. So I did have a question in looking at how frequently the State Board of Ed meets. They generally meet at least once a month, and it's from 9 to 2:30. So that's almost a full day. So I was curious to know whether or not you had given any thought to virtual attendance because of potentially it being an entire day, or anything around that, because the age range is, I think, 14 to 22.
So thank you for the question, Representative. I had not thought of virtual attendance, and I'm typically opposed to those measures. I will say that this would be an esteemed honor to be the student appointee to the State Board of Education. And I think a high school or looks like high school age student probably would be able to use this for course credit in some sort of way. Additionally, education freedom accounts are very widely used and widely successful. And I think an EFA student would be perfect for this role because they could use this as a lot of maybe a civics lesson, education lesson, things like that. We can get creative with it. So I think that, no, I wasn't thinking virtual. I have a high school student here today who's willing to testify, took the morning off. I think if it's that important, the student will be able to do it.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Representative. Good morning. I do appreciate the fact of allowing a student or having a student on the board and on voting. I've always supported that in 20 years on the school board as well. I do have a concern, however, of the EFA student and a home education student. I hear you say widely successful, but it's not widely successful for public school students. It's widely successful for students who've never been in public school. So my concern is if we have an EFA or home student who's never attended public school, how are they going to represent the opinion of 160,000 public school students?
Well, if you're referring to government-run schools, I think we can get really creative with the educations that are happening in these government-run schools. I think a lot of the times, this isn't even what the bill is even about. I appreciate you trying to make a point about our widely successful EFA program. I'm not going to argue with you about it. I think the data shows how successful it is for itself. I included this because I want to include every student that is professionally engaged in a creative way in our state. And you would like to deny the fact that these students are engaged in education that's working for them, but I support that. And if the governor wants to appoint an EFA student, she or he should be able to do that.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. I'm not suggesting at all that EFA students are not successful. What I'm suggesting is the program does not represent 160,000 students currently who've been in public school, and the most of which the EFA students have never been in public school. So we're talking about equal representation, having one person on the board. That's all.
Well, and I appreciate you making that point. I mean, I know personally of students in Goffstown that left the public school and decided to enroll in EFAs. So, I mean, you may see on your end something, and I see students that are leaving the districts.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just expanding a little bit on what Representative Woodcock was saying, I think his point might also be that, you know, functionally between home education and EFA students, those constructs are different than public education or CTE programs. And might it make sense to have a member from a broad variety, a student member, rotating perhaps, or representing one of those entities so that it is more of an equal representation and an equal conversation about policy coming forward?
Well, I appreciate the question. I mean, the rotating member will be every 2 years. So you would think that if the governor appointed an EFA student and there happened to be another governor that doesn't particularly like education freedom, they may choose to appoint a government school program student.
Yep, follow up.
So you would not be open to there being more than one student member who is a non-voting member participating?
I mean, the bill's in the committee's hands. So if you would like to draft an amendment, you can consider it with the committee.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How do you see students applying to the governor for this? How, you know, the governor, you said the governor is going to choose the person. Is there going to be an application, or you see that?
I don't think any of this needs to be outlined in law. I think you can easily make it up in a rulemaking process, but it's similar to a lot of other appointments that are made by the governor. We don't outline exactly how the governor is supposed to make an appointment for a commissioner or something like that. I mean, they just make the appointment. So I think that there's no need to add all that specific language in the bill.
Paula? I didn't mean necessarily even had to be in the bill. It was just a question, are they going to apply? I mean, this is a broad group of students. You know, we're talking probably high school students, college kids. I mean, it could, you know, so.
I'm sure if a student is interested, they'll send a letter of interest to the governor, similar to if you wanted to apply to be a judge for the circuit court. I mean, people send letters of interest saying they want to be appointed by the governor for something. So I don't think there's a need to outline any of that in here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Murray?
Would parent permission be required for those kiddos from 14 to 17 and a half, 18, or how would that work?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, it's not also stipulated here.
I mean, I feel like that also would be self-explanatory, but if the governor wanted to appoint you to the State Board of Education, I would have a feeling that the parent would be okay with it, but maybe they wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brady McCann?
Hello, representatives. I hope you're doing well today. As Representative Alexander said, my name is Brady McCann. I'm a senior at Goffstown High School, and for the past 2 years, I have served as our student representative on our school board. So I think I kind of have some experience with this, where I feel in that position, I've been able to have a helpful voice in some of these decisions that do impact students, and I think having that at the state level would be even more helpful than we do at the town level. Currently in the US, there is 18 other states that require the Board of Education to have a student representative on it. And then another 4 don't have it necessarily in law, but it is kind of in their bylaws of the board. So 22 overall have it. And then there's some that require teachers. I don't understand that part too much, sorry. But I just think giving this outlet for students to speak their voice, and of course, I mean, they don't have a vote, but still being able to talk from a perspective that some of the members of the board might not have, just because, I mean, they're not a student, I think it would be very helpful. Especially as so many changes are happening in education right now. We have open enrollment, lots of changes of credit requirements, which I know I've been impacted by personally, where there's some classes that I've needed to take, there's classes I've wanted to take, and I can't do it all in the amount of time I have. And so I've had to take like online courses and kind of enrich my education through that means because of all these credit requirements we have. And so I think having a student representative who can speak on that experience would be very helpful. And then to kind of address the question of, was it Representative Murray where having to maybe miss school to attend a meeting, I think that would be a very positive experience, even if it did have to happen. I have personally missed school days. Like right now, I'm not in school for experience like these, and I think it has improved my education overall, has made me more engaged. And so, yeah, you might be missing bio like I am. We're doing a lab, but I think this is a very positive experience, and so overall would be beneficial to the student and the overall student body because their voice is being represented through that student. That's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious. I think it's great that you're serving on your local school board. And the voice is definitely something that board members should be hearing. Does Goffstown have a process? I mean, can you speak to how you were chosen to assume this position?
Yes, of course. Our school board representative position for the student rep is through our student council. So I have been a member of our student council all 4 years I've been in high school. My junior year, it was just a general election for the whole student body to vote. I did my speech over the intercom, and then when they were doing our class votings, they had an additional spot on each class's ballot for that student rep position. So I think, of course, it would have to look different at that whole state level because I'm guessing it's a different process for different schools, but that's just my experience.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question, and thank you for your testimony, which has been great. So you attend Goffstown, which is a public high school in the state.
Correct.
And serve in this capacity. And so school board meetings, at least in my community, I live in Oyster River, and I know our student members, we've had student members always on our school board as well, to advise them, and who are incredibly valuable members. But those meetings are held in the evening so as not to disrupt school time generally, although they've gone to trainings and other kinds of things as limited excused absences. Having two kids who are now in college and thinking about their experience of public school, if you were the one who were appointed to this as a public school student and were missing school a full day every month, do you have concern about whether you'd be able to adequately manage making up all of that work in a way that would be meaningful? Like, with the lab, for example, that you talked about today, if you're dissecting frogs, it's not like something you can do at home in your kitchen.
Yeah. I think, like, as I said, I'm a very involved student. If you average out all the days I've missed for like a field trip, maybe, I think I've probably missed like one a month or roughly equivalent to that. And I would say I've managed personally. I'm like 12th in my class, I think, straight A's. So it is definitely manageable, but it is just a responsibility that student would have to take on themselves, but I don't think it would be so in a way that would take away from the education. Does that answer your question?
That does. May I ask a follow-up, please?
Follow?
And do you think that you would feel like, obviously, if you had someone like you who's a public school student attending public school and knowing what public schools are like, do you think if you had someone who'd never attended any form of public education, that they would be able to offer the same level of value about what the public school requirements are that have been imposed by the state school board?
I think in that position, I might have some concerns about necessarily my opinions, but I also think that these are students of the state as well. And I think just because maybe they're not in the public school and they might be a bit of a more minority in that sense, I don't think what they think should be counted as any less, where just because their education looks different than mine, they still have concerns that need to be expressed. And I couldn't express concerns that they have with their education. And so there is that give and take there. Does that answer your question?
May I clarify? So you referenced that with some of the things that the state has added a number of requirements to public school students, which are not the same as what's required of students in these alternative programs. So, and how that's impacted your ability to choose classes. So for someone who's never had that type of limitation, would you feel as comfortable having them determining what kinds of limitations you or other high school students need?
I think in a situation like that, where you might have to actually just go back to the board for that one, because I mean, again, it is a non-voting member, and so maybe overall they won't have an exact understanding of this current public school students, but I would say they do have experience with that overall, and so it wouldn't be idealistic, but I think overall having some representation is better than none, and in cases like this, you do kind of have to cut your losses. You know, I mean, that was just one of my concerns. I mean, like, there's so many things that we could change in schools. And so if in cases like that, we have to fall short a little bit, I would rather some representation than none. If that specific part is preventing you from wanting to vote yes on this.
Representative Drive?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you give us an example of kind of how you've had input on your local board and maybe how you thought that would look sticking up to a state level?
Oh, of course. Recently, I believe it was last year or it was early this year. I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember. But we changed how we did our class rank system for our incoming freshman class, where I, as a class of 2026, I am ranked within my class. Like as I said, I'm 12th against however 250 students in my class. But there was large discussions earlier, or just in the past, about if this is actually helping students, because it is preventing, I take high-ranking classes so that I can be ranked in my class, but I can't necessarily take the classes I might want to take. So we switched over to a summa cum laude system, I believe it's called, similar to what colleges have on top of their class rank. But I was very involved in that discussion because there was questions about who's going to speak at graduation. What is this going to look like for maybe pushing our students? And so as a student, I was able to kind of be like, I think this would help. I think I would be more inclined to take classes I want to take while also taking classes that push me academically, while also still helping me manage that stress level of it all. And so I think I was able to provide a helpful voice as a student to the board, which I think if you wanted to make a change like that overall, of maybe no class rank at all in school, or just anything like that, where a student would be more knowledgeable about how it directly affects students.
Follow-up?
Do you feel like you're listened to when you make those kind of decisions?
I would say for the most part, yeah. Sometimes they'll kind of brush off what I say, but it's also in maybe aspects where I might have less understanding than they do, but I still want to voice or express my voice as a student, where it's we were talking about budget things, and we were talking about we had a limited budget for things that we could improve in our school, and I was like, we should focus on, I don't remember exactly what I said that we should focus on, but then they talked about, it was they stated that we should focus on our rugs, because I had not realized that our rugs were, as gross as they were, needed to be replaced. I shouldn't say that, sorry. Maybe older is the better word to say, where they told me these rugs are older than you are, and I had no way of knowing that. And so that kind of opened my eyes as to maybe this is something we should focus more on. And so my opinion was a little discredited there, but that was simply because they had more knowledge than I do. And I think that's kind of the balance that this position could give.
Thank you.
Of course.
Representative Pedernal?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have you attended one of the State Board of Education meetings?
I have personally not had the chance.
Representative Woodcock?
Good morning. Two things. First, thank you for spending those 4 years helping the school board. Having been on one is critical. I think most of the people here have been involved in public education and realize students' voice is critical. Secondly, where are you going next year?
I'm not sure as of right now. I'm waiting to hear from the University of Notre Dame, and I hear from in March.
Terrific. Good luck. Just wonderful to have you come and speak. Perfect.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking one more question. A lot has been said about different voices, even from a student perspective, the different pathways that we have for education. How would you feel about a rotating position where it's not all on one individual member, but perhaps three, or, to expand that representation so that more student voices from different aspects could be heard.
When you say rotating, do you mean like having these students serving at the same time, or could you just clarify?
Yeah, really throwing it out there. I mean, it could be done in different ways, but say if you had 3 students picked for that 2-year period, and then you would rotate attendance at different meetings, providing that variant perspective.
I think if we were going to do multiple students, I think we would want to do it so they would go to all of the meetings, but I also don't know if we should have maybe that many students going. I think when you limit the amount of meetings that they're able to go to, especially if it's consecutive meetings where you would be rotating that position, I think it might be able to take away from their ability to speak on like certain reoccurring issues. Like if I'm going to one of every 3 meetings and there's a topic that comes up every meeting in those 3 meetings, I'm only able to speak at one, but I'm not, and then the other member who might be there at the 3rd meeting has missed 2 whole meetings worth of information. It might not be at the same level as the person who was there for the initial conversations.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Brady, thank you for coming in today. You did a great
Thank
job.
you.
And with that, we'll close the hearing on HB 1700. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1453 relative to student school board members, and I recognize Representative McDonald to introduce the bill.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Valerie McDonald, Rockingham 25. Unfortunately, the prime sponsor and the co-sponsors could not be present today, so Representative Tipo has asked me to introduce House Bill 1453, an act relative to student school board members. He would like you to know that this is a way to inform student school board members of their rights, responsibilities, and duties and ensure they're adequately serving their constituency. I was not involved in the drafting of this bill in any way, shape, or form, so I'm probably not the best person to take questions, but I'd be happy to make note of them and get a response from the prime sponsor. And then he does have written testimony. I'll provide a copy of that to the clerk.
Are there any questions? Representative Alboni.
Just a clarification. So you're going to provide the written testimony to the clerk. Is there a way to have that electronically so that all of us can see that?
Yeah, I can make sure that gets to you as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, it's just a clarification question. I did have questions, and I think it would be helpful for me to have the testimony to think about how if I might have any others for the members. So if we could hold on to this bill and maybe have a chance to look at that testimony.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there, oh, there is, Becky Wilson.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. You have nothing to apologize for. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are very invested and very in support of student voice on the school board. However, we do have some concerns with the way that this particular piece of legislation is written, so we do oppose it as it's written currently. I'm a little sad that the sponsor is not here because I would like to hear sort of what the concerns were that this is trying to address. I'll fix it after. Sorry, Representative. I was rushing. Just for the committee members' knowledge, we have, since the bill passed, I want to say now 4 or 5 years ago, about having a mandatory student board member on the local school board for any school board that currently has a high school. Over that time, which I think now is about 5 years, we have worked collaboratively with other associations, as well as the National Student Board Member Association, as well as our current Secretary of State has a civic and voter education coordinator who used to be an educator here in the state. We work with all of those organizations, the Superintendent's Association, to provide some training for student board members when they are elected to their local school boards. We've been doing that for a number of years now collaboratively, and that's been great. We have typically about 35 or 40 student board members that have attended. That's been really successful. I'm not sure what concerns the sponsor of this bill has around the current process for electing student board members. But just for informationally, we do have a number of districts who currently have 2 student board members, even though only 1 is required. And that's even for districts that only have 1 high school. The reason that most of them have decided to do that is because they want some continuity, as the previous speaker said on a different bill. Students that graduate and move on, they want somebody sort of that's been on the board as well to sort of take on that leadership role going in. So I'm not sure the way this legislation is written, it's very prescriptive in terms of how people are elected, what the timelines are, how long they can be on the board, can't be on the board. And I think that the way that this is currently written, if it was enacted this way, would stop some of the districts who currently have multiple board members out of a choice that they've made from having that opportunity. They would only be able to have just this one board member. I'm not sure that there's the latitude for districts to change that. We also have a few districts that have a middle high school, so they have a middle school rep and a high school rep. I'm not sure how this bill would impact that ability to deal with those sort of things. 30 days after the start of the school year is a pretty short timeline. Most of these student reps, some of them are elected the spring prior, so that they're at the end of the year and then coming in over the summer. A lot of school boards meet over the summer. This wouldn't account for that. Those students, it says only the academic year. So we have some concerns about that as well. We also do have obviously some concerns about the penalties at the end. I'm not sure what a violation would look like, who's deciding if there's a violation. Having the state board assign penalties when you just heard the state board doesn't have any student reps either. In terms of what that role, I'm not sure how that really plays into this. Who's paying this fine? Is it the board that's paying the fine? Is it individual person paying the fine? Is it a district fine? We do spend a lot of time with our student reps talking about how to gather information from all of the schools in your district, not just the high school, and trying to incorporate that into your monthly board report. We've worked with the student board members on writing resolutions as opposed to policies, also how to sit on the policy committee. So there's a lot of work that's gone into that, and I'm just not clear on what the concerns are that this bill is trying to address. If there are issues that are where people feel as though student voice is not well represented at their school board. Certainly students as well can go to the school board meeting and speak during public comment. The bill that you passed several years ago about having mandatory 30 minutes of public comment. There are opportunities for other students to have a voice on the school board as well. So I'm happy to try to take any questions.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree. I am a little bit concerned with the prescriptiveness of some of this, as I think in previous iterations, I was looking at the statute as it relates to 189, and I was just concerned about whether or not this is sort of taking that local control piece away, where boards and districts will decide what's appropriate for the incoming student body membership. Did you share that concern?
Thank you for the question, Representative. When I read this bill, it seems to me, and again, having not heard the sponsor speak about it, I certainly don't want to pretend to know what the issues are. There may be things I'm not aware of. However, this really seems to speak to the fact that there's this idea that the general student body is not having their voice or their thoughts represented by the student board member at the board meeting. That's what this seems to say to me. I don't know where that is an issue, if that is an issue. I think that schools have different ways of gathering information for their student board member. If there are particular situations where maybe that's not happening in an effective way, I think that local schools should be able to decide what is the right way for them to handle that. And I would hope that the student body would have a good relationship with their administration to talk to them about the fact that perhaps there's things that they feel are not being brought up by the student board member. But again, the majority of the students that we've worked with in this role all have an avenue of which they're collecting information from other students about things, ways they're gathering information about how they feel about items that are already on the agenda or policies that are coming up. So I'm not sure where that disconnect is happening.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And as to the penalties, I did have a question on page 2, section 6. It says any school board member violating this will be referred to the State Board of Education. Maybe I'm mistaken, but does the appointed State Board of Education have any control over elected school board members?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cornell. Not in this way, no. I mean, we don't have other issues where the state board is dealing with an individual local school board member over some sort of violation. That's just not typical at the moment.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Wilson. How you doing?
Morning.
Good to see you. Have you heard of any concerns and complaints that you and your organization are involved with multiple organizations helping students and helping school boards? Have you heard of any issues about this at all?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. Not specifically. Again, the bill that passed several years ago to mandate that if you had a high school, you had to, that was new for some school districts. And so certainly in the beginning, figuring out how to elect a school board member and get them on there that in an appropriate time and helping those students to understand how to collect information from multiple schools and how to give a board report that's not just, current events like we had winter track this week and yay for the, for the promise coming outside of that to talk about actual issues that are happening at the school level. In the beginning, that was a learning curve for some student reps, but certainly over the last 4 years or so, we've seen student reps have a pretty substantial voice on their local boards, to be perfectly honest. And we have many boards who have decided to have the student member vote on everything that is appropriate, and they record the vote even though they're a non-voting member. So it doesn't count towards the vote for the issue, but most of our school boards value that voice enough that they are asking the student member to record their vote on these things and putting that in the minutes, even if it's a non-voting member of the school board.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I know in Oyster River, this has been practiced for decades, and the student is elected in the spring, and I know that's the case in a lot of other districts. Can you talk a little bit about the way the School Board Association helps provide training during that summertime gap, or when the training would happen to help them be ready to go? Just because I'm concerned about the timing of the structure.
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the last 3 years or so, we actually have done our student board member training in conjunction with several other associations that I mentioned. And we have been doing it in the late fall, I'm going to say November-ish, because there seems to be, if any of you have had high school students, this tiny bit of a sweet spot between fall sports and winter sports, and between holiday break and away from the spring, because the spring in a high school is, you're not getting any people available on the weekends because most of the juniors and seniors at that time have a lot of other commitments that they're dealing with in the spring. So the reason we've been doing ours in November, early December, is because there's this tiny 3-week window where sometimes you can get enough people on a Saturday, kids, to be able to come in. It's been about 4 hours. We have done it mostly in person. We did, the first year that we did it, we did 2 in-person trainings and 2 online trainings, simply because we couldn't figure out a way to coordinate it to get kids there in person. But they like the in-person training better. We do a short review of roles and responsibilities of a school board. We talk again about how to prepare a board report. What do you do if you are the only student rep at the high school, but you have 3 other schools that are not high schools? Can you figure out a way to get information about what younger kids might be wanting you to bring up at the school board meeting, not just the high school? Are there things that are happening there that you could incorporate? We do a lot about how New Hampshire works in terms of how rules and laws get passed for schools. What is that process? Where can you be involved if you choose to be? And how school funding works in New Hampshire, how it's different. Because again, I think we are unique in a lot of ways in education here in this state. So I think it's important for them to have a good overview of what's different here than it might be in another state. And then we have been working, there's the National Student Board Member Association. They do a totally separate training that has nothing to do with us. We have connected with them so that if students are interested in looking at that, they can certainly do that. That training is in August, and that's a weekend online training. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we do have that testimony. I'm gonna get some copies made for everybody. And with that, we'll close the hearing.
Representative
We will open the hearing on House Bill 1490, requiring scholarship organizations to provide written notice to parents explaining the parent's requirement to provide written notice upon termination of a home education program. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell, representing the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, Carroll District 6. This bill came about as a result of my appointment to the Home Education Advisory Council and concerns that I have repeatedly heard there. Last week, I introduced a bill in an attempt to further differentiate home educators under 193A from students who appear to be home educating under 194F. And this is just an attempt to further differentiate them even more. So apparently there's concern in the home education community that when students switch from a home education under 193A and move to becoming EFA recipients, the parents are unaware that they are actually terminating their home education program. So even if they are still doing what appears to be home educating under 194F, it's not quite clear that they have terminated their program under 193A. Now, the scholarship organization does include that information in their student handbook, so the parents are given that information, but the concern is that out in the community, there seems to be a lack of awareness of that termination. And some would say that that word is harsh, but I'm not quite sure how else to word it, because if you move from one pathway to another, you have terminated your education under a different pathway. So this is just to ensure written notice. That's it. That's all there is. Just make sure that the scholarship organization is doing what they already do.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Good morning, Representative Peternell. Very nice to see you again and speak.
Always a pleasure, Representative Woodcock.
Katie, on line 5, where it talks about written explanation, isn't that what you said they already do in the handbook?
Yes. However, I am working with the 193A members who sit on the Home Education Advisory Council, and they have repeatedly told me that parents don't understand that they have had to terminate their programs. So this is just an effort on my part to do what constituents have technically asked me to ensure occurs.
Just a follow-up.
Hello?
Would you just see this as like an addendum to that book or a separate document? I mean, I understand that there's an issue. I got that. And this is pretty simple to trying to solve it. I'm not trying to be a wise guy. But how do you see, is this going to be, or it's already in the book, how do you see that?
Well, the scholarship organization already has to notify parents that they are, has to do with free and appropriate education, right? They have to be notified that they're no longer able to receive that.
Right.
So this I see as kind of the same level of notification, just to make it a little more clear up front.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray?
So my question just is regarding my understanding was that the scholarship organization already does this, but it is also true that the parents also then are required to notify the district of residents that they are terminating as well. Is that correct?
Yes, if they've already whoever they've used as their participating agency, which could be the public school, the department, a private school, they do need to notify them when they've terminated their home education. But that might not be completely clear. And the handbook is a little long, so I can see how it would get lost in the handbook somewhat.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. So, would you see this like just as a check sheet the parent would sign? I'm just trying to picture what it would look like to make sure that that it happens, right? So, like, as if the parent signed something, you would know they'd received it. But I don't know how you would. I'm just trying to understand how it's going to work. I'm sorry.
Well, I think that can be addressed in rules, how that actually occurs. They have rulemaking. They have rulemaking. The board has rulemaking authority, so they can decide how that happens.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a quick way just to explain to me if they terminate their homeschool program, what are they giving something up? What's the difference?
They're giving up the freedom that they have under 193A. So,
Okay.
so when you receive the EFA grant, right, now you are required to submit your assessment.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Representative Balboni?
Could you just clarify that? Because I thought the EFA requirements for assessment were taken off of, similar to the homeschooling requirements in terms of a portfolio. What is that difference?
The requirement is the same, but under 193A, the parent does not have to submit their assessment or their portfolio to anyone. They keep that in their own property.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have the Children's Scholarship Fund here for technical assistance if anybody needs. No? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Matt, could you come up, please?
Hey, good morning. Matt Southerton, Director of Policy and Compliance from the Children's Scholarship Fund.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So could you please provide some clarification as to how it is done currently by this Children's Scholarship Fund and how this Children's Scholarship Fund sees this additional requirement working, or how you would do it?
So currently it's noticed, as the representative said, in the parent handbook. If there is any confusion, I would obviously we'll do whatever the legislature decides and follow the law. I would imagine perhaps we could include it in maybe in the parent agreement with a checkbox that the parent has read it, remembering that this will not apply to everyone. I would imagine we would have to step back and fashion some language. If this applies to you, you understand that you are exiting your 193A.
Follow-up?
Follow-up. Along the same lines, I know that there's a requirement for understanding that you're giving up the FAPE. Is that a separate document, and do you see this as being included in the same document that has to be signed, I believe?
That is also in the parent agreement, and they have to check off on that. And we also include the guidance from the Department of Education.
Sorry, just one. So does that form have to be signed by the parent?
The parent agreement does, and there's a number of provisions that they have to agree to.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I am curious, currently, are you also seeing the same level of confusion with those homeschool parents under 193A who are having trouble with the understanding that they now must report to you?
Within the EFA program, or anecdotally? I think anecdotally we see that online, and there's some questions. Typically, if anyone has a question, we have a great customer service team. They call them up, they email them, they ask them questions. So we provide support in a number of different areas. But again, we're not opposed to this.
Are there any other questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, do you need this to be in law to just improve the forms you already are using?
That's a decision for you all, I think. I think I'll leave it at that.
That is a homeschool community asking for something like that.
Representative Hall?
Thank you. But would you, as a follow-up to Representative Selig, without this law, if someone said to you, hey, this would be a good idea to do it, would you do it?
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem including that in the parent agreement, or another mechanism if DOE or if you have a better suggestion. That was just my off the top of my head here. I thought that the parent agreement might be a suitable place to include that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any other pink cards for 1490? And with that, we will close the hearing.
I know there's a huge divide in these two opinions.
Basically, what I hear them saying is there's two stupid
We will open the executive session on House Bill 1370 relative to the reporting requirements for the identification and accommodation of gifted and talented students. And I look to Representative Petronell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass on House Bill 1370.
Is there a second? And discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yes, I would like to offer amendment 2026-0524H.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And discussion from Representative Petronell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1370 was introduced to change RSA 18929B Roman numeral 2, which was a way for the districts to collect information on what they were doing to provide educational services to gifted and talented students. And the original thought was that this information would be collected in a folder at the Department of Education for other districts to reference should they need to. And as we were listening to testimony, I wasn't so sure that this change needed to be made. And further testimony, it became apparent that this probably wasn't something that was necessary. It was an unfunded mandate and should probably be repealed. So that's what my amendment does, is repeal section 18929B. Oh, good question.
Yes. Do you need the book? Yes. Yes.
Yes, the entire section.
Yeah. Anything from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Representative Woodcock? Oh. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would only note that my vote here says nothing about whether or not I think there should be gifted and talented programs. I appreciate those kinds of efforts being made, but this section in law is effectively an escalator of nowhere doing nothing, so we should just get rid of it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do understand that there, again, to Representative Belcher's point, there hasn't been a widely utilized mechanism here, but I think it also speaks to the fact of how underdeveloped this sort of section is regarding gifted and talented programs and students. And I hear you. I sense your sentiments, and I think that with this highly educated of a population as we have, and also twice exceptional learners, I do worry about taking it all away, but I will still, I understand given the testimony.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Weinstein.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay.
OTPA.
I was going to close the executive session.
No. We're close. But not quite.
Representative Petronell, do you have another motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1370.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Any discussion? Representative Petronell?
No, I think I addressed it when we discussed the amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay. Consent? Does it have, okay, you're my checker. All right, we'll close the executive session on 13:17. Please pass me the green sheet. Our vice chair needs a green sheet.
You're on. You're on.
What?
You're making a motion.
I know.
1 second.
I just found out.
Look at my
Oh.
paper clips. And consent.
Yeah.
Consent, consent.
Yeah, it is. I heard him say yeah. I'm all set.
1806.
1806.
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1806 relative to the list of revoked or suspended educator licenses maintained by the Department of Education. And I look to Representative Freeman for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I make a motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Second. Oh,
Any discussion for the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, the state board already has a mechanism in place for appeal of decisions around revoked or suspended educator licenses. And I think with this bill, it becomes a little duplicative and somewhat confusing, and it does hold a very high potential for unintended consequences. So with that, I would recommend an inexpedient to legislate.
Anything from the second? Representative Perrin?
no, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk, the motion is ITO.
Vice Chairman Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
16 yeas, 1 nay.
Is consent okay?
I think so. I don't see a physical note
okay.
attached either, so.
Okay.
Yes?
Yep.
It says there is one, but I don't see one attached.
We'll close the executive session on House Bill 1806.
What's next?
Unless they change it. First section, you know, the trend was that there wasn't anything for this conduct. It was none of the matters. Why would I do it? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Are we?
That makes sense. I didn't know it. I read it like that.
I think so. Maybe, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You give me a heads up, I'll start looking at this one and stuff.
Yeah, money was here, wasn't here. But that was the question, the first one, I didn't want to read it up to every reason why, but.
Seems like there's-
Yeah, that's what it's, no, we're doing nothing.
I'm sorry, what?
I would like to see it actually. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't.
No, yeah.
Not,
I'm ready to go on this one. Got the report and everything written up. I've had it sitting, and I'm also ready to go on this one. I have been for a while. I don't want to do too much of a monkey wrench in her works right now, so.
We have time.
Yeah, but I wasn't ready for that one.
Well, it's done.
Yeah. Now I just gotta write the committee report. And nobody leaves the room until it's done, you know. That's what we were told yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Trash.
The fact that they're already there, nothing.
I'm just gonna grab some committee reports.
That's a good idea.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
In the side. It's really hard to do. I know that now.
Okay, so,
Like.
wait, what else can we do right now?
I had perfect attendance my senior year.
Oh, getting a tan is definitely, it was more and more, is there anything else we can do right now before we have?
Your eyes, crying, doing this,
Where is it on here? Did we already do it? No, we don't have anybody to.
Oh, I told
Are you still,
Like agreement?
No, that's the.
Oh, it is, okay.
You're gonna go make a couple more.
Can we change to square?
Want more?
Some of these are neat, they're kind of blanket.
I don't need no training.
Just give me some that aren't, you know, blanket.
My, yeah,
Words.
give me 2 seconds, I'll
Yeah.
come back with them.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen.
I got some for right now.
You didn't have any, did you?
I did.
Oh, I didn't ask.
lunch, and then we will be back for a hearing at 1 o'clock.
Paper, hang on.
We will open the hearing on House Bill 1669, establishing a teacher bill of rights, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about House Bill 1669, establishing a teacher bill of rights. I'd like to begin by saying my name is Representative Melissa Litchfield. I represent District 32, the towns of Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont. I would also like to give a little bit of background. I served 9 years on the Brentwood School Board and 7 as chair. I also served 6 years as an elected member of the Exeter Regional Cooperative School Board. I am the mother of 4 children ages 15 to 23, and 2 of them are aspiring teachers. At its core, this bill is simple. It recognizes that the people we trust to educate our children deserve clear, basic protections in order to do their jobs well. House Bill 1669 would establish a teacher bill of rights for public and charter school teachers and require school districts to publish these rights on their websites so they are transparent and accessible to everyone. This bill affirms that teachers have the right to work in a safe and healthy school environment, to build constructive relationships with administrators, and to work in schools free from violence and unsafe conditions. These are not radical ideas, these are common sense expectations. Across the country, states are increasingly recognizing that teachers need clear protections and support in law. In recent years, states like Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and others have adopted teacher bill of rights laws to address teacher shortages, burnout, and rising classroom challenges. New Hampshire currently does not have a single law that clearly outlines teachers' rights in one place. Instead, protections are scattered across policy and contracts. HB 1669 brings clarity, transparency, and consistency. So why would someone introduce this bill? Because the teaching profession has changed dramatically. Teachers today face increased classroom disruptions, growing workloads, more parent complaints, and a rising number of legal and policy conflicts. At the same time, schools across the nation are struggling to recruit and retain teachers. When teachers feel unsupported, they leave the profession, and students ultimately pay the price. This bill is about support, clarity, and respect. And importantly, this bill is not just about teachers, it benefits everyone in our school community. For students, this bill helps ensure classrooms are safe, orderly, and focused on learning. When teachers feel protected and supported, they can spend less time worrying about conflict and more time about teaching. For parents, this bill provides transparency and accountability. By requiring districts to publish a teacher bill of rights, families can clearly see the expectations and standards guiding their schools. Strong teachers mean stronger classrooms for our children. For educators, this bill sends a powerful message. New Hampshire values teachers and wants them to succeed. When we support teachers, we support students. At a time when education policy discussions can feel divisive, this bill offers something unifying. Everyone, parents, students, teachers, and communities, benefits from safe schools, clear expectations, and strong classrooms. A teacher bill of rights does not take rights away from anyone. It simply ensures teachers have the support and clarity they need to do the job we ask them to do every day: educate, guide, and protect our children. If we want strong schools, we must support the people at the front of the classroom. I just have a couple of things that I want to throw out there. They're kind of in Q&A form, just to try to help you understand where I was coming from. What real problem in New Hampshire does this solve? New Hampshire currently, as I stated, does not have a single law that clearly outlines teachers' basic workplace rights in one place. Instead, protections are scattered across contracts and policies that vary by district. This bill brings the clarity and transparency by putting a simple statewide baseline into law. It also responds to growing teacher shortages and retention challenges. When teachers feel safe and supported, they stay in the profession, and that stability benefits students. Don't teachers already have contracts and union protections? Some teachers have contract protections, but contracts vary by district and can change over time. State law provides consistency and transparency for all teachers and all communities. This bill does not replace contracts. It establishes a baseline that applies statewide so expectations are clear to teachers, parents, and school leaders. Is this just symbolic? Is it enforceable? Clarity in statute matters. When expectations are clearly defined in law and publicly posted, it guides policy decisions, supports consistent practices across districts, and helps prevent conflict before it starts. Many important education laws function this way by setting clear expectations and standards. Could this increase lawsuits against schools? The intent is the opposite, to reduce conflict and misunderstandings. When expectations are clear and transparent, disputes are less likely to escalate. Clear guidance helps districts, teachers, and families operate with shared understanding. Does this take rights away from parents or students? No. This bill does not remove or limit any existing rights. Students and parents already have many rights in education law. This bill simply ensures teachers also have clearly stated protections so the entire school community can function effectively. Why now? Across the country, schools are facing teacher shortages, burnout, and retention challenges. States are responding by making sure teachers feel supported and valued. This bill sends a message that New Hampshire supports educators and wants strong, stable classrooms for students. Are we prioritizing adults over students? Supporting teachers supports students. Stable classrooms, safe schools, and strong teacher retention directly benefit children. Students succeed when teachers are able to focus on teaching. What will this cost taxpayers? The bill has minimal fiscal impact. The primary requirement is transparency, establishing and publishing a teacher bill of rights. There are no new programs or major expenditures in this bill. Why should teachers get a bill of rights? Education law already clearly defines the rights of students and parents. A teacher bill of rights brings balance and clarity by ensuring the professionals responsible for educating our children also have clearly stated protections. What happens if we don't pass this? Nothing immediately dramatic, but we miss an opportunity to support our teacher retention, improve clarity, and strengthen our school environment. This bill is a protective step to support strong schools and strong classrooms. Thank you, and I ask that you please support the Teacher Bill of Rights.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With this language, I know you mentioned other states, Texas and other ones. Did this language come from them, or did you work with New Hampshire teachers to develop this legislation?
Honestly, what I did with the same as I do with any other bill is I take a look at what's out there in the other states, I scour them, and I try to scoop up what I think is the best of the best to create something new for New Hampshire.
Follow up? So you didn't meet with any New Hampshire teachers to see how they felt about whether the teacher shortage, if this would help other teachers?
I have not met with them directly.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question on this. I'm trying to understand how you would see this functioning alongside constitutional rights, because obviously there's a lot of items in here that aren't found in the Constitution, but also a lot of items in the Constitution that aren't found in here. So how do you view the sort of interplay of those two things?
Could you please be more specific?
Sure. So, for instance, the right to freedom of conscience or freedom of association is not something that explicitly shows up in this bill. Is this bill intended to be comprehensive, encompassing all of the rights that we view teachers to have in the classroom, or is it in supplement to constitutional rights?
I would have to say it would be in supplement to the constitutional rights.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at some of the terminology that you have in here, and I just was hoping, I've got several different spots that I just have questions about what the terms mean. So, for example, to be allowed to appropriately discipline students, and so I'm curious what appropriate discipline might be in different circumstances. And then that's in line 22 of page 1, and then on page 2, to have their authority respected, and I'm curious how you would define being respected specifically, and then in line 4 on page 2, to report errant content or behavior, and I'm not sure what the definition of errant would be.
So first, thank you for the question, Representative. I would like to let you know that I actually have here in my notes, it didn't seem appropriate to kind of end on that note when I was speaking to this, but my personal feeling is that this bill would need an amendment for clarity, and that would be number 1, to clarify definitions. Number 2, I'm hoping that we have a couple weeks before we vote on it. And yes, I would like to reach out to some local educators for some more substantial and concrete examples of what they think we can do to strengthen this.
So you don't have definitions now? Sorry.
Not in front of me, I don't know.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. A couple of things.
I did. I had chocolate Oreos. Thank you.
Great. You know what? Sounds good already.
Lunch of champions. Yes.
A couple of questions. I also highlighted 2 sections. One was in the 19 line, your first page, lines 19 and 20. When I talk about safety with the students' parents, to be free to share safety, what safety would teachers be sharing with the students' parents?
The thought is, honestly, it would be consistent with even decorum at this point in time. I think a lot is going on these days where even we see it in our own committee where there may not be decorum, and that could be as simple as a parent-teacher conference. But I'd like to take it a step further because I understand this is a work in progress. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not ready for prime time. And when I presented it today, I knew full well that there's 18 of us. We're from different sides of the aisle, and I know we can put our heads together to make this solid and to make it better. And yes, I have met with the New Hampshire School Board Association. I have spoken with the NEA, and we're trying to put our heads together to make this a solid bill.
So I still didn't have the answer, but the other one I'm having a hard time figuring out is on line 4 of page 2. What is abusive content?
We'll have to drill down the definitions because I have my idea of what the definitions are. But that being said, especially since we had our hearing on Monday, I think that that may be a little bit too subjective. So my thought is whether we make an amendment to perfect this bill, or I hope Representative Freeman doesn't cringe, but even a study committee where we combine in the restraints discussion with what we're discussing today with the different behavioral aspects and this teacher bill of rights. They all seem to coincide together.
Thank you, Madam.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have a question about line 2, and I know you mentioned putting definitions in, but I'm just curious if you could, off the top of your head, define proper administration of public schools. What would be proper in administration? So page 2, line 2.
I want the teachers to have an environment that would be free of retaliation.
Okay.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In your research in composing this bill, have you discussed this with any of the districts?
I have not discussed it with the districts.
Mayhem Follet?
Sure.
Thank you. You have it now. So I'm just curious, if it hasn't been discussed with different districts, wouldn't districts be free to put something like this in anyways if it was presented? And the reason why I'm asking is because I do think there are some districts that have a teacher's bill of rights. And if this is something to explore, maybe that's a way to go to see what they've done, what type of a template they've had. And I think that might be a good place to start.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You might have already alluded to it, but I noticed that a lot of these on the first page, lines 22 through 30, E, F, G, and H, all have to do with disciplinary actions and disciplinary decisions. So I would just ask that why there seems to be a lot of emphasis on discipline but not a lot on addressing actual instruction or student engagement. Was it done for a particular reason?
It was not, but where would you be going with specific instruction?
I'm really pointing out, I guess, that a lot of the rights that you're giving them have to do with discipline, and a lot of what a teacher does is instruct and engage with students. So it seems a little disproportionate and heavy on the discipline. So my question would be, you mentioned earlier that you felt that there going along with teachers being respected. So there seems to be in the emphasis on discipline seems to be connected with that. So I would just was noting that with that heavy emphasis on discipline, you're only looking at one aspect of what a teacher does and not really engaging with all of the other things that a teacher does to help students learn, which is the primary purpose of their job.
So I'd like to say that I understand that I heard what you said, and this overall is probably, for lack of a better way to put it, it's very vanilla. It was just important to me that I get something out there so that we balance the teachers as far as things are out there going on in the environment right now. I am open to suggestions for changing, and it definitely was not my intent to put a heavier weight on discipline.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the other things that I was thinking about in conjunction with Representative Balboni is, which will also come up later in another hearing, is also the MTSSB supports and tiered levels of supports and instructions there. So I am curious if, with this heavy focus on discipline, we are not also missing a crucial component in conversation to tools in the toolbox for educators.
Thank you for the question. So I 100% absolutely hear what you're saying, which is part of why I said maybe it would be best if we did have a study committee that tied in the restraints. And also we're talking about different behavioral mechanisms that can be put into play. I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. This was just a broad framework, a beginning.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If this were to become law and a teacher feels that one of their rights in here have been violated, what would their recourse be and who would be liable for those violations?
So it's funny that you say that because I was actually just discussing this with someone. There is not teeth written into the bill, so to speak, simply because I feel as though in the past session, it looked as though we had kind of turned to the DOJ or the AG to kind of support different things. And it seems as though we did not have an appetite for that. So again, when I had mentioned that we would go back to the teachers to find out over the next couple weeks what we could do to improve this, I would like to go back and get some very concrete and specific examples of things that we need to work on or that may have happened in the past, and what would be the best recourse to take, which it could be as, and I don't want to minimize it when I say as simple as, but as simple as, are they going to be filling out paperwork? Is it going to the administrator? Is it going to the SAU office? Is it going to the school board? Yes, that is something that I would need to work on. Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking another question from me. Just listening to the different conversations and things and hearing you talk about how much you want to support teachers. I'm just wondering why there isn't something in here that also protects teachers from unfounded or unwarranted accusations from people outside the school who, for example, there was an organization a couple of years ago that literally set a bounty on going after teachers for speaking about issues or teaching certain books, which certainly would not be something that supported teaching, right? It would be something attacking teachers. So I'm wondering if there's some component missing here that protects teachers from people who do things like that.
Thank you for the question, Representative. So I would just like to go back to, I'm very proud of the 15 years working on the school board, so I feel like I have a great foundation, but I'm not an educator. I haven't been in the classroom, and I was lucky that I was able to manage 4 kids day to day, never mind 20 or 25. So I would like to go back to, I would like to see all of us collaborate to perfect this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading through this, it seems like maybe it could be cleaned up a little more, but I wouldn't much at all. I do know of a teacher that was struck, kicked, ended up bleeding from a thrown object at her, and had trouble, even after reading the law that is in current law, had trouble dealing with the administration part of the incidences. And would this cover that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, and that is part of why I wanted to draft this bill. And that's something that came to light on Monday. I understand this is a very delicate topic to discuss, but I do think it's very important that when a teacher goes into a classroom every day, that they do feel safe. This particular teacher that you mentioned, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, actually was injured where a pencil actually went through the lip and has left a permanent scar. The same teacher had chairs thrown at her, etc. Many different things that you mentioned. And honestly, I had assumed middle or high school, and the school only went K through 3. This was the age that they, yes. So my concern is the teachers not being safe. I feel as though I've missed the second half of your question, though. Was there more to your question?
No, I totally agree that the teachers need to be protected in all of this, as well as the kids, so.
That was, thank you. And that's what prompted me when you were talking, that I was thinking about as far as retaliation is concerned. One of the other topics that came up was it could even be heat, for lack of a better word, that's coming down, or pressure from the administration, whether it be to maybe treat a situation a certain way or to change a grade, etc. I want the teachers to also be able to work independently and feel free from the worry of retaliation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering, on the example that was given, if I were assaulted, and I have been assaulted by a student, I don't need this to be able to address that, right? I wouldn't need this law. I would go through, I could file a charge, go to the police department and do whatnot, right? Without this bill? I guess that's a yes or no question.
You're absolutely right. And I'll tell you right now, if this committee chooses not to support a teacher bill of rights, I support that. I am one of 18. I am, again, just looking at it as though we have the parental bill of rights. It covers the parents, it covers the students. We're living in very different times these days, and I felt it was important that we put it out there that we are supporting our teachers, and this is how A, B, C, and D. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. The other piece of this that I did want to note is you did note that there wasn't a fiscal note. And part of support is also making sure that teachers have access to professional development opportunities, a whole host of MTSSB supports, those types of things. So do you think that there might be some funding that would be necessary for additional professional development supports and things like of that nature to help them as well?
Thank you for the question, but I would rather not speculate at this point in time. I know there is time reserved for professional development. They have professional development at this point in time, so I don't know if they would trade off one type of development for another. I think that would be a question for the DOE or the local school district, not necessarily for me.
Representative Paterno?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My concern here is creating another class that who we are giving rights to. And someone chooses to be a teacher. They don't have to be a teacher. So I guess it's a two-part question. Is this a legitimate group of people who we can attribute a set of rights to? And I guess that's my question.
Thank you for the question. I struggled with that as well this summer before deciding to put in this LSR that has become a bill. But we do have a parental bill of rights, and it is a choice to become a parent. It's a choice to become a teacher.
Follow?
Am I misunderstanding your question?
I guess I would argue that it's a natural right to, follow up. Would it be correct to argue that to be a parent is a natural right, whereas a teacher is something it's an occupation you choose? Some might call it a vocation, but you still have the opportunity to walk away from being a teacher. You do not have the opportunity, or you shouldn't be able to walk away from being a parent.
Thank you for the question. I'm not seeing the parallel there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Geisen?
If I may, I know I'm a sub, but one of the things that I'm not sure if you're aware, thank you for taking the question, that DCYF usually won't charge criminal assault offenses against anybody under the age of 12. So without some kind of a protection mechanism in law, it would really be discretionary up to the schools, and a lot of the schools don't have the authority to expel or suspend. So I do think there is importance in this, but are you aware that typically criminal charges would not be held against a child at that age?
Thank you, Representative. I was not aware. Thank you for that information.
And Representative Murray?
Thank you. I also just wanted, thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. I also, thank you. I wanted to make sure that we're also not losing sight of a conversation when we talk about IEPs and 504 plans and things of that nature. Have you worked with anybody in that space as well in the development of this bill?
I have not, but I would like to go back to, thank you for the question, first of all. I understand what you're saying, that children have 504s and they have IEPs, but that does not mean that teachers should go home with cuts, bruises, scratches, permanent scars, broken noses. It just defies logic to me.
Follow up?
I think that was my only question, was whether or not you had worked with them at all. That was all I was asking.
I had not, but I would be happy to.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Banfield?
Good afternoon. For the record, Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental advocate in New Hampshire, focused on excellence in education. So you might be going, what on earth is she doing here talking about teacher bill of rights? And I hesitated to speak on this because I kind of figured maybe the teachers would come and speak on it. Overall, I like the idea. You're bringing up some technical issues that I think need to be addressed, but I do like the idea. I don't think it undermines their constitutional rights in any way, as long as you're not stepping on constitutional rights in something like this. A good working environment for teachers is pro-parent. Teachers are parents. So if they're in a nice working environment, that is something that benefits everybody. It benefits the public school, benefits the students, and it benefits the parents. I do talk to teachers around the state who help me understand what's going on in the classes. And I am concerned about the working condition in some of these schools. I am concerned that we are losing good teachers. And I think that we need to address that. I don't know if this is the answer. And I'm sure you guys have heard some of the things that I've heard. But there is a need to address some of the problems that are going on in the schools. And some of that comes from, to be honest with you, lousy parenting too. I get that. And I need to hear that because I need to understand also where they're coming from. I would agree that this probably needs some tweaking, and I would hope that this committee, representing all different facets, could work on what needs to be changed, what needs to be added, what needs to be deleted. I trust you guys on that. I think you are a good representation of what's out there. Why is it needed? Well, I've attended many court cases, and when something is in law, even if it's put in law about a teacher bill of rights, that could help a teacher if they ever go to court, if there is an incident of violence or something along that line. I think that it helps their case. Should they be limited rights? I mean, probably. I mean, I don't think we just pull rights out of the air. I think they should be limited, but a safe school environment, I don't know. I kind of think that's a no-brainer. And sometimes the incidents are going to happen. They're going to happen. What's the plan of action afterwards? You go back to this document, you go back to a document like this, and you say, I have a right to work in a safe environment. This situation was not safe for me. What is the plan of action? It's just a document that says, I think, basic things that any teacher walking into that environment should expect. And I don't think it should be political, and I don't think it should be, I'm going to, one side versus the other. I think it should be some basic things that any employee walking into a school like this should expect. That's all I have to add to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Perino?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. There are many professions where people knowingly choose to perform the duties of their occupation, knowing that there are hazards, and not to diminish what teachers do by any means. But what I'm starting to hear is that it's almost dangerous to be a teacher and that they should be safe. So if we're applying a Bill of Rights to teachers who are, according to testimony that I'm hearing, entering classroom situations where their safety might be at risk, would we not begin creating a Bill of Rights for emergency room nurses, police officers, firemen? I mean, once we open up a Bill of Rights for a specific occupation, we're going to have a Bill of Rights for every occupation. Is that something you took into consideration?
I would say this is a public institution versus if you're walking into a hospital, you're talking about normally private institutions. This is a public institution. And you do oversee public institution. You do oversee public schools. That is that is the state's authority that they, we give them money, things like that. I see what you're saying. I've got family members in the medical profession, and that is something that concerns me. Does it need to go to a law? Probably in those cases. I don't know. That could be debated. But I think when it comes to this committee, when it comes to public institutions, when it comes to public schools, if you're going to ignore it, or if you're going to not participate in a solution, and I don't know if this is the solution, maybe there's a better solution. This is a real problem. I mean, I'm assuming you guys are familiar with this because I hear about it all the time. You know, I get some pushback from teachers. You know, parents are sometimes part of the problem. And I need to hear that. And that is true. That is true. Sometimes they don't care that their kids are acting up and using swear words and cussing out teachers. I mean, so something should be done. All I'm saying is I'm telling you what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing. You want some information from teachers. Of course, you know, my teachers aren't going to say their name. They don't want to be identified. But I would talk to them. You know, in Manchester, where just the cleanliness. We hear about the cleanliness in Manchester, the lack of cleanliness in the bathrooms. I mean, I heard it the other day on a school board meeting that I was watching in Manchester. You know, these things need to be thought about and discussed, and I do think it needs to be addressed. And I don't know if this is the way. I think it's possibly a way.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question on this, because I'm running this through my head and trying to figure out how this relates to constitutional rights, right? Because we have constitutional rights enshrined in the Constitution, and our entire system of government is designed to vindicate those rights, right? If we're deprived of property, we can go to court. If we're deprived of liberty, the government might bring criminal charges on our behalf to deter that. I'm trying to understand how, if these were enshrined in law, how would these be vindicated? How would they actually have any effect?
Well, I think some of the actual rights also refer back to some of the laws. So I think some of the laws it refers back to, and that's the same with the Parental Bill of Rights. So we would have to go back to the laws in that case. I think, again, when I look at this, and I've been to court hearings where, you know, the judges or the attorneys are looking at what's in state law. What's in state law? What have you authorized? And if it's not in state law, then it works against sometimes the individual who's taking their case to court. So if it is in state law that they have a right to a safe work environment, and then they can go through and prove that, you know, they didn't follow through with the plan. They knew that this was a problem. They knew all of this stuff. This would be another document, in my opinion, that would support what case they're trying. In terms of constitutional rights, I would want to make sure that it doesn't undermine, certainly, constitutional rights. But you might have to speak to a constitutional attorney in terms of...
Thank you, and that was actually very helpful, but it brought another question to mind, which is if the courts would be a method for vindicating yourself based on these rights, and to the point that Representative Petterell made, that there may be some degree of inherent risk that is unavoidable. If therefore there is always some risk and it's never truly a safe work environment, does that not open the door to possibly perpetual lawsuits?
Well, I mean, if I trip walking down the hallway and somebody left a cord out, you guys have cords all over the place. I mean, that could be a lawsuit. I mean, anybody can file anything. Do I see lots of lawsuits coming from this? I think there is a level, and I've seen this in some of these court cases. Let's take the anti-bullying bill. You have to reach a threshold before you are negligent. So you have to reach a threshold. So you're going to have to prove to that court that they did not create a safe environment, or, you know, maybe you change some of that wording to negligence, where they've been negligent in order to sue. But I just know that there's a level that you have to meet when you go before these judges. I mean, I was at a court hearing last week. You have to meet a certain level before they would say yes. And so I think a document for somebody who's been harassed, somebody who's been maybe abused in some way, as was brought up earlier, if they do take that to court, the state has said, you have a right to work in a safe environment. That's how I look at it. Now, you might see something different make a different case.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I was just looking at the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct, which come from the rules, and they seem to have kind of like a different outlook on things, but it seems to be the same kind of language that we're looking at here. You know, like the responsibilities of a teacher, and it would be more like the responsibilities of someone to provide a teacher with something like that. Would this fit more closely into something like that?
Okay, I never even thought about that. That's not a bad way to look at it either. I mean, that could be a good alternative.
Thank you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the trades industries, they've identified like different hazards and stuff, and they provide safety equipment for certain things. Does like an OSHA, do they, the Teachers Association or whatever they get their indoctrination or schooling, do they tell them you may be subject to either some type of physical abuse or mental abuse or anything as they go into the field?
I don't know that. I would say that would probably be something that would be in a contract with the teachers. And sometimes some of this is already in that contract with the teachers. Some of this information or, what they can expect is already in the contract. So, but that I would assume could be vary from school to school too. So is it uniform? I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure about that, but some of that could be in their contract. I don't think that the average teacher walking into the classroom thinks that, that they're going to be abused in sometimes the way that they are.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. A thought occurred to me as well while Representative Dry was looking at various other things like code of conduct and all of those other things. But there is a component that we have not yet talked about, and it's OSHA. And so I was just curious to know whether or not maybe some of this is already addressed in some of that avenue and perhaps some of it isn't, but that's a very large part of the conversation that I don't think we've even waded into. So I'm just curious if you had
compared it to what's in OSHA. No, I have not, but that's also something, when she mentioned a study committee, that is, and maybe you don't like that, but you're absolutely right. That should be compared and bringing up constitutional rights. I think that this should be very limited, very limited. You don't just throw everything in, that you can get. But yeah, that's a great point.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brian Hawkins?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins representing NEA New Hampshire. There are certainly a lot of positive goals here in this bill, which we support, but we have a lot of questions about the bill and would suggest that maybe an interim study might be the best way to go with this piece of legislation. There are a number of components to this, I think, that are aspirational, certainly. A safe and healthy school environment, which we certainly want for all of our members and their students. That's a big task, and it is certainly a complicated one. One of the questions, most of the questions that I was going to raise in my testimony have already been asked by the committee members. Things like, if a teacher believes that one of these rights has been violated, what's the operational recourse for them? I would not want to give this to a teacher without something concrete for them to be able to expect, so that they could clearly understand if A happens, then I can do B. There are plenty of aspects where in any kind of employment situation where if something happens, I can file a file something with this entity or this body, and there's a process there. And so there's really a lot of, I think, meat lacking on the bones with some of these provisions. And so someone brought up OSHA earlier around safety. There actually have been a few bills that have been put forward before the legislature to adopt OSHA standards for public employees, but the legislature has rejected those. So that might be an example where I'd say, how does, if a safe working environment is a right of a teacher under this law, what does it say that, those safety provisions were also in another piece of legislation rejected by the legislature? So clarity, it was brought up earlier, there have been a whole lot of changes to education in the laws, and schools certainly are very different from the way that they were just a couple of years ago, let alone a couple of decades ago. And so with that, it brings a lot of challenges, and we certainly think that that is worth looking at. We worked with the legislature in a bipartisan way to study this issue around when it was brought up around acts of violence in schools. And we worked with the Department of Labor and the Department of Education on that study and some law changes around reporting. But those are the sorts of things I think that would be ideal, things that are more concrete to come out of if this was looked at more carefully. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and happy to try and take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selig.
Sorry, thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. As we think about creating a safe and healthy school environment for students, wouldn't things like gun-free school zones and having buildings that have been supported through funding to create safe spaces where buildings need renovation be effective tools?
I think that's where the meat on the bones comes into it. We have a safe school zone statute that lacks some of the things that you're talking about there. Is a recourse for some of the issues brought up in here, more resources for educators. I think that's unclear, and I think I appreciate all the comments from the sponsor about teachers. I think we would want to make sure we're clear with them about what we are talking about when we're when we enshrine this, if we were to enshrine this into law. So,
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You're from the NEA. I think this is a perfect question for you. This type of situation, can this not be negotiated in contracts?
Well, that's sort of a big question. There is a lot here. So I guess it would depend. I mean, obviously, anything that there are a whole host of laws and statutes related to schools that, ultimately are the law of the land. And so you obviously have to operate within those. I guess that's a complicated question. I think some things, as was stated earlier, are covered around, if an incident happens in a school, you also have things like workers' comp laws that enter into this as well. So there's a lot in the soup that goes into what can be acted upon or the kinds of policies that can be enacted in school. I mean, we're about to get I'm sure by the time we get to June, there's going to be a whole host of other policies that need to fit within what a school does and what we would be able to talk about for school policies. So that's a long way of saying, I think there are some things, yes, but some of this depends.
Can we have a follow-up, Madam Chair? And thank you for taking my follow-up question. If your membership came to you and wanted some of the aspects that were in this bill, would you be able to negotiate this into district contracts?
I think that's a big question. There are some pretty broad.
I didn't say all, I said
Categories.
some. I said some. If there was some
I
aspects
think
of
there
it.
are. I think there are processes around which you could talk about in negotiations like you would with any other employer around issues of safety, for example. So yes, there are some of these.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We're not taking a position on this bill currently as it's written. We are certainly sensitive to the many conversations and situations that have been discussed here in this committee recently in regards to not only educator safety, but student behavior, disruption, transparency, all of these aspects that are discussed in this committee daily. We do, however, share a lot of the concerns and the questions that have been previously raised by other speakers. I'm not going to go through all of them. I do want to say that I think some of the other states that have been mentioned, which have passed similar bills of rights, the catalyst for most of those were around student disciplinary issues. I don't know. It seems the sponsor of this bill, that was not necessarily the catalyst for this bill, but I think the reason some of the language may be similar is that student discipline was at the core of some of those states when they put through those teachers' bills of rights. We have some question around who is defined as the person employed as a teacher. If it is referencing back to RSA 193E2 and RSA 188E, that does not cover people like paraprofessionals. It does not cover special ed teachers. It does not cover school counselors, nurses, speech, OT, any other people who are not providing classroom instruction specifically or a CTE program. And I think having sat in this committee many times recently, a lot of the concerns we have around safety and things like that, some of the instructors who might be in that situation, I don't believe would be covered necessarily even under this teacher bill of rights. So I'm not sure that's going to help in that situation. I share the concern that there's not really a collective agreed upon understanding of what the terms in this bill mean. What one person thinks is caring and safe, somebody else may not feel is caring and safe. There's no definition to this. It could potentially lead to higher rates of suspension and expulsion, particularly for younger students or students with disabilities. I think you may end up in a situation where there's discourse between a teacher who feels they're exercising their rights in this bill and school boards or staff or administration who are required to follow other laws like special ed laws or federal laws, things like that. The firearms has already been brought up once. I'm not going to bring that up again. Also, there could be some confusion around people that are caught in the middle of state law mandates, a lack of resources. If what is covered in this bill, a teacher feels they need more staff in their room, for example, to deal with disruptive behavior or some other issue, how is that getting provided at the district level? Is the district responsible for then hiring more staff? What if the cleanliness issue comes up? What if we have open custodian positions and we just can't fill them? I mean, there's a lot of aspects of this bill that I think, again, while they're very well intended to protect teachers and to give teachers a sense of security, that they have certain things that they can believe that are at the core of what they're doing. I appreciate that significantly. However, I think the overlay of some of these other things that we've been talking about in this committee and some of the other confusion in the way the bill is written would cause more discourse than content, I think, in a lot of situations. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards for 1669? And we'll close the hearing.
I open the hearing on House Bill 1754, repealing the statewide use of the multi-tiered system of supports for behavioral health and wellness relative to systems of care for children's mental health. And before I call on the prime sponsor, I would like to say that we are going to, due to the number of pink cards and the time of the day, we are going to limit testimony after the prime sponsor to 2 minutes for each person. Yes, we've got, like, yeah. Representative Murray, I will always allow you to ask questions.
Chair Pettinel, do we have any more of these? They didn't quite make it around the room. No? Okay.
And I call on the prime sponsor, Representative Sellers, to introduce House Bill 1754.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me some time to introduce this bill, HB 1754. My name is John Sellers. I represent Bristol and Bridgewater, which is Grafton 10, up by the Lakes region. What this bill is very simply done, 3 lines. It repeals MTSS-B, multi-tier system of support behavioral. And there are a number of reasons why. All right, and I'm just kind of hopefully touching this because we could talk all day about this if we wanted to, and I'm going to let other people talk and let them, you know, say why they want it and why we should keep it, and I'm just going to say why we don't need it because, and we'll start right off the top. This bill, to repeal it, the initial bill started in 2016, which was a Senate bill, and here we are today, 10, 11 years later. And I say, and I state that I don't believe this bill, this MTSS-B is doing any good for our kids. All right. And when I talk to 1 or 2 kids in the high school, they actually, you know, I don't want to use the word joke, but you know, as teenagers do, they don't take this stuff serious. And, you know, even though they're going to assemblies and everything and how to be more socially accepted and manage their emotions, you know, they just don't see, you know, the need at this point. But I want to bring up a couple of things here. You know, this comes out of the RSA 135F. And right away, right out of there, and, you know, I went and asked OLS Research to give you some more information about one of the areas in 135F, which is :9, all right? And in there, it says, it basically talks about an advisory committee, and it says this committee shall meet at least 6 times per year, and other such times as the committee chair deems necessary. Well, what I found out is in December 3rd, 2025, this is the first time they've ever met. This thing has been in place for over 6 years, you know, maybe 7, 8, or 9 years. They only met once. They have another meeting for March 17th, 2026. So they're not even following the law that we have in here. And if they're not taking this serious, then I don't believe we should be, as a state, paying for it, which, let me bring that up next. As a state, we're not paying for this, so I believe it's actually a mandate that we're not paying for. And that's very concerning because our schools, as we all know, need money. You know, and if the state has the schools mandated that they have to follow this MTSS-B, and then the state's not giving them any money for it, that's a problem. That needs to be fixed, or we need to repeal this, all right? So I'm just saying, you know, if the state is not taking their responsibility, as this advisory council is not meeting, you know, then I don't believe we should actually be doing this at all. So here's why I don't think it's working, and there's many reasons, many reasons, all right? It's just not working, all right? It's just not working. You would think with this in place, our grades would be improving. They're not. They're either stable, staying, maybe it's a slightly increase And when I say that, reading's around 50%, and math and science are even worse. And I mean proficient. So if you back that out the other way, more than half our kids are failing. And I'll use the word failing because they are. We're literally being left behind, all right, at that point. So it's not working. I brought up the cost. The cost is huge. It's absolutely gigantic. I mean, I went to my district and I asked them, can you break out the cost, how much it costs you for the multi-tier systems board? And they did their best, but then they came up and said, well, there's really no way we could tell exactly how much we're spending on this. They don't even have a clue. They gave me a little bit, as much as they could, but they don't even have a clue how much they're spending. But I know we're spending millions. Throughout the state, we're spending millions. I know it's costing our school districts hundreds of thousands. When you see that teachers are taking time away from academics and talking about, social pressures or emotional things or, any type of mental health at that point. And think of this, they're teachers. They're not psychologists or psychiatrists, they're teachers. So now you're putting teachers in place of psychologists, psychiatrists, which I have to say, is probably a pretty poor job. And I'm not sure the teachers really want to be in that position either. So I'm not blaming the teachers, I'm just saying they're being put in that position. Every time they go and start doing more of the MTSSB is more time taken away from academics. And I just talked to you about how much we're failing. All right. And think of the harm it's doing to these kids because they're not psychologists or psychiatrists. They're misdiagnosing these kids. All right. Or they're targeting. It's poor targeting, meaning that more so, it's stated that these kids may need more help when they get to their older teen years, 16, 17, 18, or 19, that area and beyond. But we're targeting everybody. And that's another thing that this program does. It targets everybody. So everybody falls into a tier, and that's why it's called multi-tier. And there's 3 tiers. And if you're basically somewhat normal, which, I guess we all have mental issues depending on who you talk to, that you could be in tier 1. No, technically no issues, right? Just day-to-day things. Tier 2, you have a fight with your boyfriend, girlfriend, maybe you argue with the teacher, you're not getting along with somebody. And then tier 3 is someone that really needs some support, really needs some guidance and counseling and some help that way. Now they get the 3 tiers and they're targeting all our kids. What do you think's doing all the data? All your kids are they're all ending up with, the data is being collected. All right. And that's being given to either Keene State or somebody else where they're actually doing meta-analysis on it. So think of that. Now your kids out there, now technically they say, hell, there's no one-to-one relationship, so you don't know who the person is. But you can say by district, they'll probably know which district that child is in or that group of children in, 10th grade, 9th grade, and 12th grade. All right. And there's only maybe 10, 15 kids in each grade. Maybe there's a little more, maybe there's a little less. So I'm saying that metadata is being collected. That's data, all right? And that data is being mined. And I've told people before, it's not cash is king, it's data is king. Everybody wants your data. Everything you do online is everybody wants your data. And that's just another part of it. And then the other part of that is coming into where, now we're starting to put this MTSSB into our academics. They're actually feeding it into the actual academics where we're actually saying, hey, how can we feed in emotions or expressions or social awareness, and you can look at math programs, the easiest thing to do. And I mean, I've said this before, I think a year or two ago. You have a simple math program. It's a word program. I hated them when I was a kid. But anyways, it's a word program, Hey, your parents are driving 50 miles and going up to a fair, to county fair. They've only driven 10 miles. How many miles are left? So instead of just doing the equation, you think about it, that now the conversation goes and starts to lead into, do you think it's fair that these parents should be able to take their child to the fair and you can't go? Or have you ever been in a position where you weren't able to go to a fair? So they're not really talking about the actual math problem. They're talking about the socialists social and emotional part of it. I have a document here. I'm not going to read through the whole document. First of all, there's no way I was going to print it. It was 36 pages. So I will email it to each one of you, and I will pass in one copy for the clerk today. But it's a school-based mental health initiatives, challenges and considerations by policymakers, and it was from Carolyn D. Gorman, Paulson policy analyst of Manhattan Institute. But I'm going to catch on a couple of those there. But before I go there, I went online. I started looking at the submission reports and you know who supports and who's against, and I was actually keying in on a couple of these things that. And I just want to read them. You guys can read them. But there's, you know, I think at the time there was like 260 to 25. 260 was thereabouts against removing MTSSB. So, but here is some support. And this is MTSSB is a way to turn schools into mental health clinics. And that's exactly what they're doing, or they're trying to, but they're doing it with teachers and people that aren't trained to do it. This is just another way to institutionalize our places of education. Instead of focusing on the academics, you know, they're institutionalizing it. Parents should be responsible for their children, and the taxpayers should not bear the burden of the supporting MTSSB. I'm just reading a few of these out. SEL curriculum duplicates support already in place. It takes away from precious instructional time why our test scores are very low. There is no data to support its effectiveness. And talking about that one thing, this is not evidence-based. There can't be. Think of it. Each one of us are different. You can't diagnose somebody with the same thing. You know, if I had a fight with my girlfriend, I mean, you know, you can't say, you know, someone else, oh, they had a fight with their girlfriend, so it's going to be the same outcome. You can't duplicate that. Or boyfriend, you just can't. You're different people. So there's no evidence base there, even though you want to try to say there is. Now it's going on. Curriculum companies and others are collecting data on individual students without parental consent. And technically they are, because they're signing away their consent and they're using this data, and then they use it for their sister companies. And next thing you know, their data is all over the place. Again, maybe the student is given a number, but still they know a lot more about that student in that area. We are being taxed out of our homes. These are some of the things that are supporting why we need to get rid of this. Now, there are some, of course, I did some that was why this should be removed. All right. Let me just go on the back side of this here. It says removing funding needed for research and help school counselors and social workers. Research. This person used the word, not me. They're using the word research. Mental health is not the place to chop, and it is already stretched too thin. That's another one. If a student's mental health needs are not adequately being met, this may, I use the word may because that's what they have in hand, may directly impact the ability as a learner. May, you know. Cooperation with the school and mental health support for them is vital. Again, cooperation, you know, at the point. It is always best to have multiple options when dealing with mental health issues so that can find that works best for the patient. So they're saying, hey, well, let's try this, let's try that, let's try something else. We'll try to figure out which one we can actually use, you know. This bill would repeal the mandate that currently required statewide. This is people that are online. Mandate. They're using the word mandate. So I'm not making this stuff up. Am I an expert? No. Is the document I'm going to leave with you, person an expert? I'm telling you, this person was very, very thorough. Even if you read just the first few pages, you're going to be amazed. And this is just one document. There's more and more and more. You can find it all. But overall, this needs to be repealed. We don't have the money for it. There is no money for it. It's not working. It's not evidence-based. It just needs to be repealed. Thank you.
Are you willing to take questions?
I'll take questions the best I can.
Representative Murray had her hand up 5 minutes ago.
Thank you. Representative Sellers, thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that in addition to the school-based system, that 135F also does have services related to Medicaid to schools programs? And it also treats a comprehensive behavioral health support system outside of educational frameworks. So when we talk about, that's my first question, if I may. Are you aware that it is?
I'm very aware. It's called System of Care. That's right, 135F.
Yeah, follow up if I may. Thank you. And in that, Medicaid to Schools provides necessary supports. Are you aware of that for children with disabilities and other behavioral support needs? And through those, this may be impacted.
To answer your question, thank you for it as well. Yes, it would probably impact it. You're right. But this also on kids is a contagion effect. You know, when you start finding one issue with one kid, it's another kid, it's another kid, it's another kid, it's another kid. It starts to cascade. And I'm just saying, and if the schools can collect from Medicaid, I get them confused. Thank you. I get it, and I understand why they would do that. But again, I think and I believe, and from data and stuff I've read, it's contagion around, especially for the kids. It's being passed on, and now their kids are actually being more stressed out because now they're starting to diagnose their friend. They're going online like this. Oh, they have this problem. Let me diagnose. Let me see what's going on. Oh, this is what's wrong with you. You should do this and that. That's what's happening.
We'll move on. Representative Freeman, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us and for answering my question. So this bill does not eliminate mental health services for children, correct?
That is correct.
And may I have a follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you. And it doesn't eliminate mental health services that a parent may seek, finding mental health treatment for their child outside of the school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I have one more, just a point of clarification. You named a committee or a commission that's supposed to meet 6 times a year. Could you give me the name of that again, please?
Sure. That's, again, it's in 135F, and it's, where am I here? It's actually F9. It's called System of Care Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
F:9.
Thank you very much.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Just quick for everybody here for my insurance days, Medicaid versus Medicare. Medicare ends with an E for elderly. That's my little trick.
I'm not elderly.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, so my question to you is, and you may very well have said this, and I'm sorry if I missed it. I was taking notes feverishly. Is this being paid for at the state level or at the local level? It's the local level, correct?
At the local level, and plus whatever grants and funds they're getting from the federal level, which I understand that has just been cut back as well, does not no longer exist.
May I follow up, Chair?
Please follow up.
So is this an unfunded mandate?
Yes.
Yes.
I talked to the Office of Legislative Budgeting, and there is no money for the school districts. There was some money for the Department of Ed, which I believe in this last budget, even we cut that back.
Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So depending on how school districts decide to implement this program, it could actually cost nothing if they can find ways to implement this without any cost, because some things just don't cost any money. You don't have to bring in any professionals to lecture. You don't have to buy any tools or supplements. It can be done for free.
I couldn't really answer that.
I can. It can be done for free.
When a teacher takes even 5 minutes, that's a cost. All right. When there's an assembly, that's a cost. Everything has a cost to it.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much. And thank you for taking my question. As part of your testimony, you said you spoke to high school students about their high school student view of this program. I'm wondering, did you speak to any school psychologists, school teachers, principals, administrators, people who work in a public school system, people who've implemented the program at all?
The only one, thank you for the question. The only one I did talk to was the superintendent, which was previously a high school teacher and had just become the superintendent within the last couple of years.
Quick follow-up. May I just ask
Follow-up?
which superintendent, like which district you're talking about for a superintendent?
Excuse me,
Which district?
District 4, on
Thank
the
you.
Newfound.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. I did want to circle back to something you said. You mentioned, and I wanted to make sure for the record I understood this correctly. Did you say that folks were diagnosing children in schools? And the reason I'm curious is like that does not happen in the schools for under IEPs. That is a separate diagnostic stuff happens outside of the school platform. So where are you?
What I'm saying is, from the document here, thank you for the question again, the school-based mental health initiatives, challenges, considerations, policymakers, this document is actually stating that they are misdiagnosing and incorrectly diagnosing and causing more issues than helping.
Who is the
Follow up?
Who is the they? I guess is
I'm
when
sorry,
you're saying
who?
they misdiagnose. Are you
I say-
talking about doctors or are you talking about schools?
I'm talking about this document, what they've stated here. This is just one of several, of many documents. You can actually find this all over. This is nothing new.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. Obviously, there would seem to be merit that can be backed up by studies demonstrating the efficacy of delivery of mental health services to students who need them, who are in crisis. However, are you aware of any documented efficacy of the broad and blanket provision of mental health services and whether that can have any deleterious effects or negative effects?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're saying, can this cause negative effects on that is correct, and that's what they're stating. They're saying, even now, we've been using our kids as guinea pigs for the last 10 years in New Hampshire because we put this, installed this, and it's just not working.
One more question, Representative Murray.
Thank you. I guess we're hyper focused on the mental health services portion of this here, and we're missing a whole group of people. That's about 95% of the group. It is beyond that. It is supports around academic supports, modeling behaviors throughout the school. There's a myriad of tier 1 interventions that have nothing to really do with mental health. So I'm confused as to why we're focusing on that specific area. If you could,
Thank you for the question. Again, multi-tier system support has a 3-tier system. In tier 1, they identify the kids, and they're basically identifying the kids as far as, are they in tier 1, 2, or 3? So they have to be in 1, 2, or 3, and that's what multi-tier system support is doing. And I'm saying it doesn't need to be doing, because as you say, probably 95, it's not even that high, it's probably 90, that's how you're saying, it's probably 90, even 85% are the ones that do not need any of this, but yet we're giving it to them all. We're tracking all of them.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, committee members.
Nate Jones?
Okay, this is a forward the link on that report.
He's going to forward, yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee. Thank you for this is the
Oh, hang on one
Hurry up.
second. I just want to remind
yes.
for everybody in the audience, we are moving into the 2-minute rule from here on out. So
Going to do my best. So good afternoon,
Thank
Madam Chairman and committee. My name is Nate Jones. I live in Brentwood. Good afternoon, Representative Litchfield. Thank you as always. I am a school psychologist, have been for 20 odd years in a variety of schools. I work as a consultant around the state doing brush development, training, and systems improvement. I've done MTSS implementation for 20 odd years now. I also, for the record, am a board member with NAMI New Hampshire, but I'm here representing myself, just to put that out there. And for me, MTSS, when listening to the testimony of the Restraint and Seclusion Bill on Monday, listening to testimony about the Teacher Bill of Rights, I agree, kids, teachers need to be safe in learning. And I've seen them not be safe in schools. I've seen them be safe in schools. And MTSS is how we get there. And it inherently in itself becomes evidence-based, because the way MTSS works is you say, what's the skill? Let's try to fix it. And then you measure if it worked or not. So MTSS by itself is a framework that says, is what we're doing working? on either a group or individual basis. And so it is inherently an evidence-based product, because what I mean by that is it proves that we actually taught Johnny, Susie, Sarah, all our children, because we measured if it worked. And the measurement is the key. And so I guess my testimony, I guess I would say, is when it doesn't work is when we don't resource it correctly. When teachers don't have the training, when teachers don't have the staff, don't have the resources, administrators don't have the resources, school psychologists. And when I left New Hampshire for training to my doctorate, I came back to New Hampshire. One of the first trainings I ever went to was in Concord. We called it PBS then, the same product. And one of the points they made and data they had was that when you did PBS well, teachers got more time to teach, substantially more time to teach their kids because their kids were behaving better. So I understand this does take time. It does take time to sit down and teach students how to organize, persist, tolerate, stress, all those things. When we do that, it means that for the next 3 hours, they actually learn, as opposed to for the next chunk, we can't teach them. So it does take time to teach them, but we have real data that says it does allow us actually to teach more. And I'm guessing that's about 2 minutes.
Yeah, my alarm wasn't set loud enough, so I apologize, but good estimate on the time.
All right, I'll have to take questions, please. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question and coming in front of us today. So could you share with this committee that data? Could you email that to us?
Maybe. I would have to go look for it. Again, it was probably 20 years ago, and I do still know the people who gave the talk, so I can go look.
A follow-up on that?
Yes, follow-up.
Do you have any current data? You have data from 20 years ago. Do you have any current data applicable to what we're discussing right now in New Hampshire schools?
I can certainly share that with you. I was starting to look to find some studies right now, and then I was called first, so I didn't have the chance to, but I can find that and I will share it with somebody.
Thank you very much.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for bringing your expertise to us. After the youngster has gone through the program and changed the behavior, hopefully over a period of time, and the classroom settles down and education can actually happen, do you have any parameters or references of how long that behavior change stays? And does it carry over into following years? Does it carry over into young adulthood? Is there any connection between the change in behavior because of the programming and the change of the student that's more beneficial for us as time goes on?
That's an excellent question. And I'll say one thing I didn't fit in is too, that MTSS by itself being a framework doesn't prescribe certain teaching methodologies. So it says pick some that tap the skills we now found are weak. And so by itself, MTSS doesn't say we're teaching these skills. MTSS is the framework. And so we do look for research for certain programs, products, approaches that do have that long-term. Long-term research is very hard. And we have seen data for that. The one that possibly came out is Head Start. Head Start is fascinating data because Head Start works right away, first year or two, then not for a few years. But then when the kids get 15, 16, 17, all of a sudden Head Start worked again. So longitudinal research is very hard, but we do have there is data that shows that good, and especially early instruction in these life skills has a long-term benefit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So we're not all professional educators here. So could you just, because you've had experience teaching people how to use MTSS, could you just give a very quick summary of like how it's used, just a brief explanation, really quick, that maybe just one example of how you might use it that people might not understand the structure of it just looking at what it says on paper.
For sure. And I will say, I have 6 days of PowerPoints in my computer that I've said as well out loud. So there's a short answer and a very long answer. But one important point there too is that it is a product, it is a process, I should say, a framework that does take persistence and time. It is never like go to a Saturday, learn about it, do it on Monday, and you're good to go. It takes years to do it correctly, which is one of the things as a state too, we want to then, hey, we have to support it for years to have it work. It's not going to work tomorrow. But basically we say, what are our goals? We just redid the minimum standards. I was engaged with that conversation. It was really interesting. So we have goals. We then screen all of our students. So it is all the students, like was said. It is every kid in the building. And we figure who's weak in skills. And if you need help with those skills, we then pick a product. Again, it isn't defined. We pick a product, a way to do it. And then we have to measure, and this is the key part. Do we do that approach correctly? Because a lot of times it isn't done correctly. I've seen a lot. And then we're saying, did it work? And if it worked, great. We go back and hopefully eventually the student passes back down the tiers and we never see them again. Maybe we see them again for another reason. Or if it didn't work, we change approaches. And that's the research-based piece, I mean. Because we have data in front of us that says it wasn't successful yet. We need to try again, try differently, try harder, do more or less. But then we get that data to guide that as opposed to just guessing. And I'll stop there.
Follow up? Thank you very much. So if, for example, we had a child in, say, first grade, who every time during circle time was dramatically misbehaving or behaving in a way we didn't expect, could you tell me, like, what would be the first step in addressing what would happen? In terms of, obviously, we would first speak to the child and ask them to settle, but if this is like a consistent, we're noticing this kind of thing.
For sure. So again, because the system, every one child fits in the system for the whole school, the whole district, as the scope may be. And so the process becomes the teacher. Typically, what happens first is the teacher would talk to a colleague about it, so teacher to teacher. And then the teacher talks to specialists, usually regular ed specialists. Eventually, that doesn't work, you get to myself. But schools would have teams that are meeting to, again, gauge that data and look at who's coming through the process. And so there'll be a structured process to find that child. And actually, I'll say that child's easy to find. It's easy to find the students who are restraint, seclusion concerns. It's easy to find students who are making actively unsafe. It's really hard to find the anxious 6-year-olds. It's really hard to find the 8-year-olds who don't read too well, but are hiding it really well. And those are the kids I worry about. If kids throw chairs at me, okay. I learned how to dodge that. But MTSS finds both. And that's the key to me. And there's a team that looks at it. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
So I'm curious, how often does the evaluating and testing happen? Is this annually? Is this every couple of years? And also, regarding the solutions, is it based on classroom results, grade results, the entire school, or the entire district? How are these solutions applied?
Who's going to order dinner? No. The best approach is to screen 2 or 3 times a year. Screen everybody in the building for the skills. And it takes moments to do that. We have lots of tools that are very fast. That's what I mean. If we're going to find the children who are anxious in first grade, we have to look at it in first grade. So it's an active process. And then for anybody who we're helping, we want to be looking at them pretty regularly within so many weeks. Because the biggest thing that we know is if we don't help soon enough, we never close the gap. The kids never really catch up. They just stay maybe equally far behind, and that's not good. And so but in terms of testing, assessment, those are words that don't quite apply in the situation because it's a screening. It's a universal approach. It's not, I do diagnostic assessments of students, and I have for years, and I can figure out if you have ADHD, anxiety, autism, etc. That's not what this is doing. That's the end of this. If nothing, well, I won't say nothing, but if things haven't been successful and then you end up with your school psychologist, which students are supposed to do that's one of our educational rights, I'll help figure that out. But I should be, and this is a point to me, with the Teach Save Time, I should then be able to work with the most challenging kids. Because we've trained our other folks through the process to work with the students who have less needs and maybe just need a little bit of a boost. And so I don't have to spend my time with those kids. Other very well-trained educators do that, and I get the most challenging students, which is what I love to do.
Follow up.
Thank you. And thank you. So in practice, are we screening 2 or 3 times per year?
It can be, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, it doesn't take very long, but right, we don't want to, because also if you only screen in September, we don't know our kids very well yet. So we have to repeat it. And plus kids move and come and go.
I do know that there are 2 questions waiting.
Mine is really quick.
But I just want to remind you that we have a hefty stack of pink cards, and there may be other professionals in the audience who can answer the question. So,
Mine was just a point of clarification.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you. 20 seconds, and I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
Did you say that all children are screened?
Yes, because we're trying to support all kids, and all kids in our schools are learning, so.
All children is.
That the goal is not all children are helped, but all children are screened, because most kids can be helped in regular education.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question. So, with respect to Representative Cornell's points, some of the things that affect school-wide culture cost nothing and help students come ready for the day to be active and engaged members of the community. And it makes a huge difference in their learning outcome, whether it is morning meetings or whether it's Friday afternoons and the principal has music playing at the drop-off line. There's a whole bunch of things that happen to create a culture that has buy-in for students, right? And so my question is, when we get to that third tier that we were talking about, that tier 3, that's really the most intensive group of students that would need intervention.
Yes.
And so my question to you is, the least expensive things happening to in the majority of the school community is time and money well spent. Would you not agree?
First, I want to say thank you for the question. Thank you for all the questions. And I've missed saying that, and that's one of our norms. I appreciate norms, and do thank you for all the questions. And so, yes, and MTSS is inherently a preventative event, and that's one of the challenges with it, because prevention money is easy to cut, and we recognize that. I've seen it repeatedly over the course of my professional life, but it does work. And the reality is, if we don't spend the prevention money, we're going to spend the response money. And then this year I'm sitting in my office places and seeing kids standing on cabinets, running the hallways, doing the things, and wonderful educators supporting them. But the kids aren't going to be okay because we don't spend prevention money. It's going to cost us more. And so, because the kids are always kids. That's what we talked about on Monday. You guys talked about on Monday, I wasn't here. We talked about with Representative Litchfield's bill. School is supposed to be, my final thought, I appreciate maybe a lot of folks have it. School is supposed to be hard. And I'll say, I remember at the beginning of my life when parents would come and very earnestly say, I just want my child to be happy at school and comfortable. And I was 25 and I'd agree. And now I'm 48 and I say, well, yeah, but it's also supposed to be hard. And they might not come home happy every day. Because if it's not hard, they're not learning. And we can very easily have a child sit calmly and quietly in a little room by themselves and give them some Legos, and they'll be chill all day long instead of throwing the Legos at me because I asked them to do math. But if I never ask them to do math, they're not going to learn math. And what MTSS lets us do is know, did I ask to do math the right way and did it work? And if it didn't work, I don't get to wait the whole year because the data showed me Johnny didn't, there's a big grid and Johnny's red because Johnny's still not learning math. And then we actually help Johnny. And if we don't have the grid, don't have the data, it's very easily, and I've seen it, for Johnny to sit there because everybody is happy. We got to have the data to make us act.
Any further questions? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Aubrey Freeman.
Madam Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill, and I testified a couple of years ago on a similar type of bill. I think the MTSS is a disaster, but we now have, it's a couple of years later, so let's take a look at it. So the first time I heard about it was, I think it was 2021 when a grant was coming through. But I think it's actually, we had it in place when I heard today, like 2016. I'm kind of amazed. We've had it for years. But the thing that was said is the kids, we hammered them on the proficiency and they said the kids are messed up. This will help them to learn better. So we'll see better results. The results are crummy, and they have been for years. If it's what was promised, this will help the kids learn better. Then why are we not seeing better proficiency results? And the previous speaker just said, well, it takes years. How many years now? We've had, 10 years, 8 years, 4 years? Shouldn't it be improving at least a little bit? So that's, results. I'd like to see some results. Secondly, bullying. You hear a lot about it. I know there are 4 bills in the legislature, at least this time, dealing with the problem. Why is there still a problem with bullying if the kids are learning how to behave better, if it's working, if this MTSS is working? And lastly, as Representative Sellers mentioned, the amount of time spent on this, again, does take away from academic literacy. And I know for a fact in the New Hampton Community School, which was the SAU4 that when we were part of it, my town, is they were actually spending the first part of the day, I don't know how long, maybe half an hour, 40 minutes, teaching MTSS, and that is less time for them to work on the academics. So I don't think it's working, and how many years are we going to spend on this thing? And the amount of money, who knows how much, we won't even get into that. So I think it needs to go, and that's why I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Cynthia Whitaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I'm Dr. Cynthia Whitaker. I am the CEO of Greater Nashville Mental Health, which has been in the news a bit recently. I'm here representing the Community Behavioral Health Association. I am a member of that CSOC advisory committee that has been meeting since 2016. What we just started, which I'm assuming the representative was speaking to, were work groups under the CSOC advisory committee to more delve into the different pieces of the legislation that was required for the children's system of care. So I just wanted to be on the record. I'm a member of that committee, and if I've been going to a phantom meeting for all these years, I would have liked to know. Anyhow, the Community Behavioral Health Association does oppose House Bill 1754 because this is a strong and successful model proven to support the mental health needs of New Hampshire's children. In 2016, the legislation passed with bipartisan support, zero opposition, because legislators understood something essential. Children's mental health needs affect everything. They affect their learning, their safety, their futures. They affect our communities. The legislation understood that, but they also understood, most importantly, what MTSSB actually is. It is not an intervention. It's a framework. Throwing out MTSSB is like throwing out public health. We have public health that helps us understand how do we teach all of us the importance of wearing seatbelts, the dangers of smoking cigarettes, the dangers of drinking and driving. That's what MTSSB is about. It's a public health framework that teaches everyone in the school how to take care of our mental health, how to react to the things that are happening in our world right now, how to support the kids whose parents just went through a fire in one of my buildings. Because they all went to school thinking if their parent went back to work the next day, they might die. But luckily, we have programs in our district that have MTSSB in them. Why we're not seeing the results across the state that you all are asking about, the data, is because MTSSB might be in your bill, but it is not in every school in our state. Because it's an unfunded mandate, somebody used that word. There are a lot of great results that many of my peers here will speak to that they have seen in real time in many of the places where they've been. So really, for me, it's about the public health framework. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm glad that everyone at Greater Nashville Mental Health is okay, and I thank you for the work that you do. In addition, I am curious about whether or not this conversation also involves other things like disaster behavioral response teams and things like that, and this not being there might affect both of those things.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Part of the MTSSB framework is also about the collaboration that it requires. Another school's psychologist spoke about that school has a psychologist with those interventions. Many of the MTSSB schools don't have those resources within them. And so they collaborate with entities like ours to do that tier work, and of course, we're bound by HIPAA and all those things. So the data doesn't just go anywhere. We don't share that data. And any children that's getting those type of higher level tier 3 types of supports, the parents have to agree to it. Right? The school is not doing this on its own. So your point, Representative, is it works in tandem with many things. That's that's just like public health framework. The public health department reaches out to us as community mental health centers as part of their framework for when their needs need that. They reach out to hospitals when their needs need that. MTSSB is all about the collaboration with all the different parts that are needed to support the kids in the different places.
Any further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for attending. We've heard a couple speakers today try to align the current academic performance of students and the ineffective in their perspective of this program as it relates to increased academic performance. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, again, people who are struggling, like any of us, right? If you don't sleep well, you don't eat well, you have a loss in your family, you're not going to be performing at your best. You're maybe not even going to come to work the next day. But a child doesn't have that option. We're sending them to school because maybe that's what the family needs in order for the family to get through what they need to get through. And so without those supports, kids don't learn. So in my experience, without these types of supports, whether it is MTSSB itself, right, again, is just a framework for bringing support in, the school gets to decide for them in their community what are the right supports. We're actually helping kids learn because they get the support they need. The teachers have a framework with which to address the very things that get kids back to learning. So it's actually opposite. And again, it's not in all of our schools in our state. It's that our system of care is moving toward it where it is able to be funded through things like grants.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Do you have any current evidence-based data that you could send to the committee, please?
I personally don't, but I would suspect that if you ask the Department of Education, who are some of the folks that have been spearheading some of the collaboration and have used the grant money that they would have access to more.
Yeah, follow-up.
Follow-up?
Do you happen to know the level of education and certification that is needed to be a school psychologist?
In our state, it is no longer a doctoral level. In some states it is, in our state it is not. Though many are, there is a specific license that folks have to be a school psychologist. So you just would look at what those regulations are.
Okay.
For the OPLC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anne Marie Banfield?
Hello, for the record, Anne Marie Banfield, I'm a parent advocate. I'm just going to go through, I think, some of the problems that we found with MTSSB. And by the way, if you're going to mandate this, you ought to be paying for it. Let's be honest. $500,000 in Merrimack last year, $100,000 for Tier 3 intervention in Winnicott. Last year they upped it. So MTSSB redefines the role of public schools, and we've talked about the mental health. So now you're bringing mental health care into the public schools. Schools that have difficulty reaching proficiency in reading and math. But what we've seen in special, so SEL is Tier 1, instruction time is diverted from core subjects, emotional disclosure is coerced, not voluntary. Children have reported feeling discomfort when they share their feelings in group settings. Emotional growth is inherently subjective, often assessed by staff without clinical training. You asked about the education of the school psychologist. We are putting teachers in this role. We are putting guidance counselors in this role that do not have the clinical training, do not have the same education. Teachers are not therapists. These programs, the SEL programs, are embedded in some of our math programs. That means our math programs are data collecting behavioral and mental health on students. That is going to a for-profit vendor that parents don't know about. Parents don't know where that information is going, and they don't consent to this. So that is called surveillance capitalism, and I'd be happy to speak about that, but with 2 minutes, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. So SEL, there's what is collected in the data. Parents don't know. Most people don't know. Where is it stored? Who can access it? Tier 2 is targeted mental health interventions by school Well, that was the fastest 2 minutes of my life. I will send it as a written documentation, but yeah, if you're gonna mandate this, please fund it, because the costs are out of control. And there's no guardrails up to, so I would look at that too.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Could you please send us further information, the entire committee, on the surveillance capitalism, and if you've done any comprehensive study yourself on what the districts throughout the state, as many as you have spent on SEL or on any of this? It would be helpful.
Yeah, in terms of the surveillance capitalism, I draw that from the Power School lawsuit. If you're familiar with that, Power School was sued by parents because of all of this behavioral data, because of all this information was collected and shared. It's an 80-page lawsuit document. Personally think every single one of you should read it. I think you're going to be shocked. But in there, Harvard Business School professor describes surveillance capitalism as collect as much data as possible about a user through the user's interaction with the technology's provider platform. Use the data the provider collects about the user to make predictions about the user's future behavior, which the provider uses to build its own products and services and sells to third parties seeking to profit from the user. This is all in the lawsuit. Surreptitiously influence the user's behavior using what it knows about the user. Now, again, these are in SEL programs that you purchase as a vendor. SEL sells this, they're for profit, but they're also included in, for instance, math programs. Eureka 2, which is in Seabrook and I believe Merrimack, they use both Eureka Squared, and SEL is embedded in that math program. So they are collecting. So if you're going to do this as a state, you should be putting in major guardrails to these for-profit vendors who you have no idea where this behavior and mental health information is going. So pulling it out of state law, absolutely. And by the way, if you pull it out of state law, schools can still do this. So it's not like you're telling them that they can't. You're not banning this. You're just, it was done, and I'm sure that, they did it for good reasons, maybe in 2016. But what we are discovering now is quite alarming. What we're sending kids to tier 3 providers. And again, I brought this up at another hearing. In Keene, you had teachers resigning over behavior problems where they had MTSSB in place. And then the school board 2 years later voted to reinstate suspensions and expulsions because some of this shifts from behavioral consequences to, I'll give you an example. A teacher told me that she is required to redirect the student if they're misbehaving. There's no consequence. So again, I'm hearing from teachers, there's no consequence. You're just redirecting their behavior. Behavior comes back. So it's, I'm sure for some things, maybe this works well. Great, do it in your own schools. But as a state, if you're going to have this in law, there should be major guardrails put in for these for-profit vendors. And then there's other issues that I'll certainly send you in written testimony.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Adam Osborne?
Thank you very much for allowing me to come forward and provide some testimony. I'm a middle school principal, and I'd love the opportunity to kind of clarify what MTSSB is for our school. It's a framework. It's not a program. It's a way of organizing how we support students with their varied needs. The roots of MTSSB really come from a public health model. And we start by asking three powerful questions. How do we support all students? How do we identify students who may be at risk early to provide intervention? And how do we respond in ways that are proportional and effective? In practice, MTSSB is how we organize supports to reduce suspension events and long-term school failure. It's how we use data responsibly and how we prevent students from slipping through the cracks. As we know from experience and also from research, students who are repeatedly suspended have worse academic outcomes. They are more likely to disengage, and they are less likely to graduate. As a principal, I have a responsibility to ask myself, are we getting the academic and behavioral outcomes we want for our students? When the answer is no, MTSS gives us a structured way to respond. MTSS helps schools develop alternative responses to behavior, address root causes instead of reinforcing negative cycles, and to reduce exclusionary discipline while maintaining safety and accountability. Though MTSS students are more directly involved in shaping culture and climate as well, giving them a voice in the systems that affect them. Parents are central to the work. They're not optional. Families are informed about what the data is and how it's collected and how it's used. There is no outward access to student data. All systems are FERPA and COPA compliant. There's nothing about MTSSB that happens secretly or without transparency, at least in our school. I know that's one of the concerns that several have raised. When schools, families, and students work together, we can provide supports more effectively. At its core, MTSSB helps keep students in school, connected and learning, and allows us all to respond with intention instead of reaction, and with support instead of exclusion. Thank you.
Sorry about the timer there. It's not my phone, so I'm touching the wrong buttons. Are there any questions? Representative Selick?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Would you be willing to share a very, very quick example of, like, at a basic stage of something you might do, say, with fifth graders at your middle school that that carries over? That might not. I'm not talking about something at a level 3, but just something that might benefit all students.
I think it's a great question. Thank you for asking. I'm a big systems person as a building leader. I think the more you develop cohesive systems that work together, it supports the framework, and that's kind of at the heart of our MTSSB efforts. let's choose attendance as the topic, although it could be grades, it could be behavior. So for instance, with regard to attendance, I meet weekly with our our school counseling team, every Wednesday, in fact. And one of the things we do during these weekly meetings is we run a report on attendance, and we set the threshold at 8. This is a great example of how we use data. So it would be 8 days out in a semester. This is where we begin to trigger, okay, is attendance becoming a problematic behavior? And then by extension of that, we then reach out to the families because that would trigger an attendance-based letter. This is a good example of like an MTSS style intervention. It's not all, I know the conversation point has hinged on mental health, but that's not how I see MTSSB. I see it as a cohesive system of responses. We would do something similar with grades. For instance, we'd run an danger of failing report, also weekly. And what I do with that report is I then push it out to all the teachers. So is every student being screened? I suppose, because I'm trying to catch kids who have below, in our school, a 69, because 70 is passing. And I think it is responsible of us to reach out to parents if their student is not passing. So again, that would be a grade-based example. So hopefully that was helpful.
Paula?
So thank you so much, and thank you for taking my follow-up question. So in the example you gave about attendance, so if little Billy Bob Susie has missed 12 days, and you reach out to the parents who explain that they're having transportation issues, is there something the school district can do to support that?
That's a great question, and it's very, very individual. I appreciate how the sponsor of the bill came up and talked about how everything's individual. I agree with them. It is totally individual. I have one student this year whom I'm in constant contact with his guardian, who's not his parent, but he's his guardian, and I have made at least a half dozen trips to the house with his school counselor to pick him up. You know, that would be an example of what we do. We literally drive to the house with the guardian's permission to help that boy get to school. So it runs the gamut.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So we had heard that screenings would possibly be 2 to 3 times per year. I'm not sure what you're doing at Bow. But that being said, are the parents fully aware of this? Are they giving permission for the MTSSB program through an opt-in or an opt-out notification?
That's a great question. And the answer is no, it's not an opt-in or an opt-out. The screenings take for us about 20 minutes. And it's basically to say, are there any of your students you're concerned about? And essentially, if someone's a tier 1, we're not particularly concerned about them. When we reach out is if your child was someone where you had a concern about, then the first thing we'd do would be to say, your teacher is concerned because, X, Y, or Z. Would you be interested in us helping with the skill deficit area? I mean, one of the psychologists who went earlier talked about skill deficits and training around skill deficits. That is a stage at which we would alert parents.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I want you to understand this is genuine curiosity, and I'm not trying to be oppositional. By you and or the guidance counselor going to a student's home to pick them up, how is that preparing them for later on in life when they have a job? Let's say, for example, the employer will not be coming to pick them up.
That is a great question. And I would say, in this example, the student's already blown off the bus, is avoiding school and giving the caregiver a hard time. It's demonstrating accountability because we're showing up as a school official and saying, you have a statutory obligation. I don't use that language, obviously, but you have an obligation to be in school. This is your job right now, and you can't just not go to your job. You need to go to school. And it's with the support entirely of the guardian.
Representative Woodcock?
Ms. Boswell, thank you for coming here. Just a question, in terms of the screening, a moment ago you said the screening takes about 20 minutes. And who is actually being screened?
So the way I can only talk for our school. I can't speak for any others.
Fine.
So as a matter of efficiency, what we've done in our school is we've assigned it to you would have a specific class. So if it were, you're going to have your period 1 class, the English teacher would have their period 1 English class, or they might do it by homeroom. But we'd have a structure that where we break it out by 1 cohort. So teacher A would have, it's either going to be by a designated period or by their homeroom, but they would be screening those 25 kids.
Okay.
And again, I can't talk for any other school.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say thank you first for acknowledging that kiddos in various range come to school with a wide range of things that they are holding on to every day. So thank you in recognizing that. And that said, I wanted to just further clarify. It's my understanding that MTSSB is a scaffolded program as well. So it is different in the elementary school than it is different in the middle and high schools, correct?
Yes. Yeah. For instance, we still do suspensions. It's not that those other disciplinary events don't occur at a middle school level. We do those because there's certain infractions. I feel like you need to have order and consistency in your school. So it's not an either or for us. It's a both. Get kids what they need, hold them accountable as they need to be held accountable.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm going to kind of regurgitate what you, not regurgitate, because that's not really an attractive word.
Fair enough.
I'm going to repeat what you said so I'm clear on it. So what I thought I heard you say is that the teachers refer the students to be evaluated. Is that not correct?
No, that's not precisely correct, actually. I just want to be really clear about our process. The screener I was initially asked about, it's a screen-in process. That would be brought to our MTSS team. A teacher's not referring anyone for any type of an evaluation.
Okay.
They're not. We have, at the beginning I mentioned I'm a systems person, I think, in terms of structures. MTSS is a great example of those systems and structures. MTSS really is a framework. On Fridays, we have another meeting, similar group of people. Our tier 2, tier 3 team meets on Fridays. Again, just my building, I can't speak for any others, but we do meet weekly. And at that time, teachers could refer a student for consideration by the MTSS tier 2, tier 3 committee. And at that point, we would discuss, okay, is this a student we'd want to move forward with for a referral? It would be that team comprised of our psychologist, our 2 school counselors, our school nurse, our assistant principal, student services coordinator, and myself, who would then have a conversation around, okay, is this a student we'd want to move forward with a referral on? And then if we chose to move forward with a referral, the next step would be to contact the family to say, would you be comfortable with this? If they said no, done. If they said yes, then you proceed and you try and find out what would be the best intervention for that student.
Can I have a follow-up? And really, really fast. So can you tell me what type of professional development the teachers get around this so they feel confident when they come to you with the referral or a recommendation?
Sure, it would primarily be like during faculty meetings, for instance. We would talk about what they should consider before they were to do the screener. We do it twice a year. A teacher themselves is not very involved. It's not taking class time in our building. Like, again, I can't talk to other buildings. And every school is very different. But in our building, our teachers are not involved in direct like SEL instruction. That's not happening here. So our teachers would refer someone if they had a concern. And the concern might be anything, I'm not being funny or dismissive when I say it, but it could be anything from hygiene related issues. We're in a middle school, so we get those, where a hygiene concern emerges. Well, if it's not a normal hygiene concern that can be addressed quickly, that could be, okay, do we need to talk to someone in the family so we make sure the kid's getting the supports they need? And then again, you reach out to the parents, because anything you're going to do to help with students really needs to go through the parents first. It just does. And that's how you're going to affect change anyway.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to share my testimony with you written, but I also have Beth's, and I think she is next. So you'll have both Beth and my testimony coming around.
Okay.
It's 2 pages.
Beth Corkum?
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Beth Corkum. I'm a multi-tiered systems coordinator for SAU 67, Bowen-Dunbarton School District. MTSS is a system. It's not a program. It's not an add-on. It's a framework for how schools make decisions in a consistent, transparent, and accountable way. MTSS-B is one component of a much larger MTSS framework. It specifically focuses on how behavioral factors intersect with academics. Educators stay firmly in their lane of responsibility. MTSS-B does not involve schools providing mental health treatment. When mental health services are needed, schools coordinate with guardians to receive permission, and services take place mostly outside of the school setting through community-based partnerships. The role of a school counselor or a school psychologist is fundamentally different from that of a mental health clinician. MTSS is often described as a supportive model, and that's exactly what it is. There's no hidden agenda. If there are concerns about implementation, the appropriate response is to continue working as a state to strengthen and streamline implementation, not to dismantle a system that brings clarity and coherence to how schools support students. This is not secret work. The Department of Education provides training, guidance, and statewide supports for MTSS implementation. This work is public, documented, and transparent while allowing districts flexibility on its own local resources and needs. I want to be very clear about the use of data. Schools are not diagnosing mental health conditions, providing clinical services, or collecting therapy records. We are counting attendance, monitoring patterns like nurse visits, hallway wanderings, teacher observations, parent feedback, and tracking behavioral incidents that already exist in school records. What has not changed is the data itself, but how we are intentionally and responsibly using it to make informed decisions and improved outcomes. Ignoring these patterns does not help students. The alternative behaviors escalate until punishment is the only response, which we know does not produce better outcomes. Finally, MTSS supports fiscal responsibility. It helps schools align resources to actual needs and avoid spending on services or programs that are not effective or necessary. At its core, MTSS, including MTSB, exists to keep students in school, in their classrooms, and learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selly?
Thank you so much. Just thinking back to my own child's experience where starting in elementary school, there was the vomiting every morning on the way there, which identified that there might be a problem. One was the school bus itself, but that was a separate issue. But as we identified what the challenges were for her, part of the work that the team did was to identify strategies for how she could self-manage, right? Including self-advocacy skills, asking for support as needed. Could you maybe address how that would benefit not just her learning that, but how that might also benefit the kids around her?
Absolutely. That reminds me, this morning I was at our elementary school for our second grade data team meeting, and we were talking about a very similar situation and how the skill that we identified the student needed was self-advocacy skills. And they had, they started with one person who they were comfortable asking for help. And then we expanded to how do you then generalize that question to the next person and the next person. So the student is then learning the skill and then transferring the skill to not only, the nurse's office where their health needs are being met, but then into the classroom or then into the cafeteria. And we were able to celebrate this morning, actually, the growth that the student has made over the last couple months since they have been receiving a tier 2 intervention for self-advocacy needs.
Paula? Thank you. So first of all, my daughter's now in college and teaching her peers how to do self-advocacy, which is great. But I also think, is there a benefit to that child then turning to her peers and being like, okay, I know you're scared too, kind of thing, that ends up not costing anything, but just helps build the culture of the school and decrease the need for disruptiveness?
Absolutely. That makes me think of, through our MTSS systems, we have student universal teams. And again, I can only speak to our school and district, but across our district, we probably have 60 or 70 children who are in leadership roles to support the climate and culture. At the elementary school, they're called Bobcat leaders. And they are those students who are that, right? And they go to seek out to the next child to say, hey, you look a little nervous this morning. How can I help you? What can I do? I'm happy to walk with you to class. I'm happy to be your buddy on the bus to help you get into school.
Representative Woodcock?
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying and presenting. In your written script, you talked about it does not reduce your phrasing. Instructional time is designed to protect and maximize it. We've heard significant dialogue is happening on the other side about people saying how this reduces instructional time. Can you go to that point that you said is designed to protect and maximize instructional time?
Absolutely. So I can only speak to our schools and our district. I have been in this role for 3 years within our district, and within our district, our attendance has increased and our proficiency scores in both math and science math and English have increased. So our kids are staying in the classroom. We're able to identify, a kid if they're going to the nurse 42 times in 2 months, right? And instead of just letting that happen, say, what's happening? Why? Is it a time of day? What is the need? Is there something we're unaware of that we can support within that? So it's a framework. So the framework is to be able to scan the schools and, provide the supports. We're not taking away any time. And the goal is absolutely to maximize instructional time with the teachers who are trained to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doris Hohensie?
Good afternoon. I'm Doris, Chairman Noble and members of the committee. I'm Doris Hohensee. I'm here from Nashua in support of the bill. Two things that came to my attention listening. It's an unfunded mandate. It should be open and shut. Fund it or kill it. And it violates the SSA Section 4002, which requires opt-in, opt-out for all tiers. These are non-academic supports. Anyway, behavioral health and wellness does not belong in our public schools. Instead, open separate mental health clinics using psychologists that are actually accountable to parents. School psychologists operate without any district policies to restrict their behavior or any requirements to inform parents even after they've removed a minor child from the classroom for interrogation. There may be legitimate abuse or neglect concerns, so parents might not be informed in advance of a session with a school psychologist, but if those concerns do not materialize, then the parent should be informed that their child is being treated. Yet psychologists refuse to inform parents. While serving on the National School Board, I had a complaint from a parent about her daughter who was pulled out of class without notification before or afterwards. The child was a victim of bullying. She was secretly interrogated by the school psychologist. The parent was not kept in the loop. In private practice, that psychologist would lose her license for that behavior in school. It's standard operating procedure. Naively, I drafted district policies to keep parents in the loop with school psychologists. I asked our psychologists for their review and input. They categorically refused any and all policy proposals. There are no checks and balances on school psychology behavior in our school setting. This was before 2019 and then introduction of SEL. Choose Love and MTSSB. We spend millions of dollars each year on psychologists. We have 38 full-time school psychologists. We probably had a third of that or half of that in 2019. These unaccountable actors are now tasked to provide behavioral support and mental health intervention that is tracked maybe on the statewide longitudinal database, which is unconstitutional. Parents don't see this information. They can't correct anything. If you try to get into a military academy and you have a wrong diagnosis, you have no recourse. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah Skoglund?
I can modify this to keep it under 2 minutes. Very scratched up. What I will say is that I think a number of people have already brought up some of the points I'll make, and I have several other colleagues that will come up after me that will also round this out, I think. So my name is Sarah Skoglund. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here representing myself, but I am a dedicated employee of Winnisquam Regional School District, serving the communities of Tilton, Northfield, and Stammerton. So my work focuses on student and staff wellness, specifically the behavioral health and wellness components that allow our schools to function effectively. So as I said, I'm here with several members of our Regional Wellness Collaborative, which represents over 10,000 students across 6 New Hampshire public school districts. To emphasize the critical need for the statewide use and dedicated oversight of the multi-tiered systems of supports for behavioral health and wellness framework. So I'm going to touch on a couple things that have not been brought up yet, so it's not redundant. But while clinical, MTSSB is a data-driven, prevention-based educational framework. It is not a clinical mental health program. So while clinical programs focus on diagnosis and treatment, MTSSB focuses on tiered instruction. One thing we've not brought up is the fact that MTSSB in schools has a ripple effect that benefits the entire New Hampshire community. You can look at MTSSB through the scope of workforce development. These soft skills embedded in Tier 1 supports, things like self-regulation, communication, collaborative problem solving, resilience, cognitive flexibility, self-advocacy, self-monitoring, and responsibility are the skills New Hampshire employers want in their labor pool. It's about investing in the whole child, recognizing that their behavior and emotional health are integral to their overall success. Also, if we look at MTSSB in terms of school safety and violence prevention. So when discussing school safety, it's common to think of our hardening our walls, right? Locks, security guards, cameras. However, MTSSB provides the infrastructure to systematically and systemically reduce the conditions that lead to crisis through behavior incident data review, identifying patterns, and intervening before crises occur. MTSSB focuses not only on improving conditions for learning for all, but identifies students who are struggling with social or emotional regulation before those struggles manifest as dangerous behaviors to themselves or others. The framework creates established referral pathways that connect students to appropriate levels of support, ensuring no student falls through the cracks. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Freeman?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I just happened to be your state representative in Tilton, Sanborn, and Belmont.
Wonderful.
How long have you been in the district?
So I've worked there 3 years.
3 years. May I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. I have to ask the chair.
Yeah.
I know you don't mind, but I
I will
have to ask
happily
her.
answer another question.
You're from the Winnisquam School District. Are you representing the district or yourself?
Myself, within
Thank
my
you.
role.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the other things, would you agree that in addition to sort of the whole child and the support of a whole child, we would also be offering skills and professional development strategies for modeling within our educators?
Absolutely. So the framework and the system as a whole is really based on teams and teaming structures. And that includes, to some degree, tiering our teachers, right? So having tier 1 supports for teachers as well, to make sure that not only are our students receiving supports and services that they might need, but teachers are as well. So part of my role really is looking at how are we supporting our educators as well, and making sure that they have the professional development that they need and the support that they need to be successful.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much.
Fern Surden? I'm sure I got that wrong.
Hi there. My name is Fern Seiden, and I am the Director of Student and Staff Wellness for the Concord School District. I actually don't have a copy for you today. I've changed so much that it's not worth doing it because so many people have already testified to a lot of the points. When we were collaborating together to talk about what we wanted to speak to today, we decided let's talk to different points of MTSSB, so that would give you an opportunity to think through some of the issues that we think about as directors of staff wellness, student wellness, and such. I want to focus on the idea that MTSS can also be considered a cost containment strategy because it is so focused on prevention. When implemented with fidelity, MTSS reduces the number of students who escalate into crisis level behavioral and mental health needs, and that it can directly reduce long-term costs across the district and the state. Prevention being more affordable than crisis response. It builds predictable and school-wide systems that teach behavioral expectations, and it identifies students before they need more further extensive interventions. When schools do not provide early behavioral supports, costs don't disappear, they just shift, and I want us to really think about that fact. We know that emergency departments are struggling with the mental health crisis, and community mental health agencies and residential treatment programs and other publicly funded services are stressed to the limit. When we take apart where students are and families are, and we help prevent through a preventative framework, we can maybe, even if we reduce some of that, it's going to have a positive effect. The research behind MTSS demonstrates that schools implementing tiered behavioral systems see reduction in office discipline referrals, suspensions, and special education referrals. We have seen that in the state with some representative data. I want to consider that the average cost for a pupil receiving special education is $31,000. Taxpayers, of course, bear the brunt of most of that. Out of district placement costs are between $100,000 and $215,000 annually. That was in 23-24. I would just, I'm not making a claim that we can prevent all of those, but what if What if we can prevent some of them? And more importantly, what if we can help that child learn to cope and manage? I'm not afraid really to say that mental health is a concern that we all share in this state for children and across the country. And that doesn't, I think it's very important to acknowledge that mental health, I mean, if when we're scared of talking about that, it's more representative of the stigma of mental health. And so we are very proud to be working inside of a preventative strategy for this work. And we have really done a lot of partnering with our community mental health agency at Riverbend to make sure that we are taking the time to identify students early and get them the help they need outside of school through Riverbend.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I did have a question with regard to funding for outside community-based resources like Riverbend. And in the event that there isn't ample or enough funding coming to those things, would you suspect or see an increased need and reliance for a well-functioning framework like MTSS?
Absolutely. MTSS, it is that framework that you've heard everybody say. It helps us create these systems that we can rely on. They're predictable. We can say, you know, let's look at absences, let's look at grades, let's triangulate data and see how students are doing. And then we can provide evidence-based strategies. Right now, I'm working to help bring in an evidence-based strategy that is so powerful. It's called Check and Connect. It's an incredibly powerful strategy that helps through a mentoring program provide support for students who are showing that sign of total disengagement and who are completely at risk for showing all the signs for being at risk for dropout, which we know costs more money in a state to have, students who are uneducated and can't get work. And it is showing powerful results already, and it's only been half a year. So I'm super excited about it. That would be an important intervention that I would say is part of the work we're doing to find those effective interventions that help a student.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I know that you have brought up finances, and if I've been hearing everyone correctly today, I'm hearing that this is an unfunded mandate, and that a lot of the local districts are bearing the brunt of the cost. My question is, I see the passion a lot of people have turned out in support of this bill today, but it's repealing the statewide use of the multi-tiered system, but it's not blocking the statewide use of the multi-tiered system. What would stop the schools from continuing to use this?
I think you've heard that it has been very, very helpful to get the training and support from the state in as much as we felt a big hit last year when it was the positions were cut from the State Department of Education to support the implementation work and training that they've offered. It takes time to make change happen and to create systems in schools. To provide leadership and support for it has been incredibly helpful. And we're up there across the country with being able to support in that way in the past that we have. I've gone to many national conferences. This is very par for the course. Like MTSSB is accepted across the country as the way to address prevention, early intervention and intensive intervention in schools, and to organize ourselves in that way. It just is. It's for academics, it's for social, emotional, and well-being for kids so that we can see the results we want to see in kids so that they can be successful.
Sure.
Thank you. And thank you again. I just want to clarify though, did you say that the positions were already cut last year?
There were positions cut from the Department of Education last year that were supporting the implementation across the state of MTSS. So that we now have one person left at the Department of Education available to help the state.
So how would this follow up? May I follow up, Madam Chair? How many positions were cut and how does this one position, again, how does this bill impact?
I'm not going to be able to speak to that. I would assume that, it could negatively impact that. But all I can speak to from being in this field for 24 years, working with children, that when this so I worked way long before MTSS as a school counselor. This makes so much sense, like the shift in schools that have MTSSB versus not, or MTSS in general. It's a dramatic difference when schools are organized in this capacity. And it does take, schools benefit from this support, and we're cheating, it's really wonderful that the state has been so forward thinking to say, hey, let's put this into place so we can ensure the health and welfare of our kids.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
Not a question. I just want to say that there's somebody here from the Department of Education that can speak specifically to any questions that we have. So maybe we can share those, direct them to the department. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca Kennedy?
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Kennedy. I'm the System of Care Coordinator for Merrimack Valley School District. And thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak today and considering feedback. I'm here in strong opposition to House Bill 1754, which repeals the statewide use of MTSSB in New Hampshire schools. My focus today is on safety, accountability, and systems work. Again, MTSSB is not a program. It's not about ideology. It's about safety, accountability, and coordinated systems work that New Hampshire has spent years building. Like Sarah, I've hacked up my paper, so I'm going to skip to the end to make sure I cover this statement. Removing the statewide mandate sends a message that coordinated safety systems are discretionary. Discretionary is a synonym for optional, and safety should never be optional. Tiered systems of support are not new in New Hampshire. I started my career in 2006-07, and we had tiered systems for students to look at behavioral health and wellness. Since 2019, well before, our state has worked intentionally to align schools, community mental health centers, law enforcement, fire and first responders, hospitals, early childhood providers, family agencies, and prevention coalitions. MTSSB is the framework that allows all of these entities to operate within a shared structure with common language. I've worked in education for 19 years. I started out as a school counselor in 2006-07. There has been a significant positive systems work progression in the past decade related to student safety, mental health awareness, and student and staff wellness effort. MTSSB is not a curriculum. It's not a diagnostic tool. It does not override parental rights. At its core, MTSS is teamwork. It ensures steps are not missed and the major prevention or crisis decisions are not left to one individual. It creates checks and balances. School districts operate in MTSS, a multi-tiered systems of support. The B is for behavioral health and wellness. It is not just mental health. Behavioral health includes threat assessment teams, truancy, chronic absences, and addressing those laws, suicide prevention protocols, crisis response and postvention plans, bullying and harassment prevention systems, mobile crisis coordination, joint loss committee work. MTSSB is embedded into plans in districts with approval from the Department of Labor. So think staff safety, training, responses and prevention, school EOPs, emergency operating procedures and plans. This is not a radical model, it's a framework. The U.S. Department of Defense Education Activity, DODEA, uses a multi-tiered system of support framework to serve military-connected families worldwide. Nearly every state operates within tiered support structures because they are evidence-based and measurable. These are structured, team-based processes. They are not optional. The New Hampshire 10-year mental health plan calls for coordinated systems in early intervention. MTSSB is how schools operationalize that plan. Without a formal framework, safety becomes uneven. It's a guardrail, a framework that preserves local control while ensuring that suicide prevention is not optional, threat assessment is not optional, safety planning is not optional, prevention work is not optional. Before taking action, I urge you to consider the uncertain fiscal impact of this repeal. Dismantling MTSSB would undo years of alignment, waste taxpayer investment, increase duplication, and push costs downstream into emergency services and out-of-district placements. This is not about one initiative. It's about protecting students and protecting the coordinated systems New Hampshire has built. MTSS is systems work. Removing it would be a serious mistake that has major implications on systems and services for all students, staff, and family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair. May, just for those of you who edited your testimony, if you want to send it to us later edited, that'd be awesome too.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're having timing issues. Yeah, that would be. Oh, she's got it. Okay.
It's not free. I don't know what happened when.
I think. You good?
That would be the first tier of support for you, Chris.
Melissa Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all of you for your time. My name is Melissa Colby. I'm the director of the children's program at Riverbend Community Mental Health Center here in Concord. Many of my school colleagues have already spoken beautifully about the support of MTSSB. My perspective, additionally to all that's been said already, is really around what the MTSSB framework does for kids and families by pulling together all the services, all the child-serving entities that come together to talk about children's mental health, children's behavioral health. We know that when kids are regulated, when their social emotional needs are met, they are better able to access their education. What MTSSB does as a framework is it pulls together the mental health center, it pulls together the education system, it pulls together community partners and the schools and the children, the students, as is appropriate. I've been at Riverbend for 16 years. Prior to MTSSB, we all operated very much in silos. Since MTSSB, we have conversations together in these teams that all talk about what is your strength as an entity? What is my strength as an entity? What do we bring to the table that can rally around these children and these families? These families are struggling and these children are struggling, and the acuity of need of the children that we're seeing at the mental health center is incredibly high. Families used to navigate all of these systems by themselves. Now we can partner with them and we can support families to access the services that their children are really going to benefit from a large universal team that might look like, yes, looking at data and looking at what the whole school community needs and how do we infuse positive conversations about mental health along the whole system. On a smaller tier, can I finish my sentence real quick? On a smaller tier, yes, it's targeting those specific children with parent permission to talk through, do they need mental health services with Riverbend or do they need something else? So it includes all of those conversations. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much. I could hear it that time. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to ask it again because I continue to struggle to understand what does it matter if this is repealed, because it sounds like you have a great infrastructure in place. And secondly, if there's one employee at the DOE, what exactly are they doing? Because it sounds like you have it all figured out.
Thank you for your question. So we worked with that employee, those employees at the time through the DOE who did help implement all of MTSSB in the schools. As a mental health center, we work across Merrimack County, and we work with 29 schools and districts across Merrimack County. Not every one of them have MTSSB implemented. Those schools that don't have MTSSB implemented struggle to organize a system to get these children help. And so by repealing this, by not making it something that all districts have to look at, then it's going to be much more fragmented. We're going to go back to being more siloed because not every school is going to get the assistance that they need to support it in their schools. And it's going to put more onus on the families to navigate all of these services in a silo.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you just made a statement about the schools that have not implemented MTSSB, and you stated that they struggle. I'm an evidence person. Do you have any empirical evidence to back that up? I think it's very important right now that numbers and facts and any type of statistics that can be shown to this committee in order for us to form an opinion on this bill would be very, very important. So do you have anything of that nature to show us?
So what I have is not specific numbers, it is experience. And so in these school districts that have not had a connected system that they are working through, we don't have a collaborative partner in that system to the degree that we do with schools that are implementing MTSSB. So getting children access to, and I'm coming from a mental health perspective, so I can only speak to the mental health piece, that getting children in those systems and working within those schools are more challenging. And that's not data driven necessarily, that's more experience driven and in our communications with the schools. Thank you. Yeah.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do have a question around any potential, with the repeal of this enacted through this piece of legislation, if it were to move through, are there funding streams that you feel like you might be missing out on as a community-based mental health support center, or supports that you might benefit from to help be an integrated component?
I think for us, the funding streams that we utilize when we are working with children in, and I'm not sure if this is answering your question, so please tell me I'm wrong. The funding streams that we do utilize when we're working with children in MTSSB is around if we're working directly providing some of those interventions. And again, that's outside the framework, right? These are more intervention focused. That's not the MTSSB framework. But if we're providing some of those interventions, yes, we can bill insurance, we can utilize grant funding and things like that. The having MTSSB be implemented in these schools, having access to our state partners through the Office of Social Emotional Wellness. I think I got it wrong. Sorry. I think those pieces are really valuable and important, and I do believe there would be an impact, and I don't have specifics to that part.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sam Hawkins?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm here today representing NAMI New Hampshire in opposition to House Bill 1754. I do want to affirm our support of MTSSB as a framework, but I think it's more relevant for me to speak about this bill's impacts on the system more broadly, and in doing so, address the claim of an unfunded mandate. The RSA that is being proposed to be repealed by this bill does not say that every school in the state shall implement MTSSB, nor to what extent nor outcome, but rather that it is the state that must implement MTSSB throughout the system of care across the entire state. What that RSA is telling New Hampshire to do is that part of our broad approach to supporting youth mental health is supporting this framework. To the extent that MTSSB has been under-resourced is not a flaw in MTSSB, but rather a symptom of long-running disinvestment in community resources. We have seen through this children's system of care through many years of tireless work that we are actually making progress in improving the youth mental health crisis. It is modest progress, but it is incredibly meaningful progress. To return to MTSSB solely, I would echo the comments of a prior speaker that if we remove MTSSB from our system of care, if we under-resource it, it may fail, but it would not be failing on its own merits. And I also am strongly concerned that this failure would extend to the system more broadly and risk the good progress we have made over the past several years. The system of care works because we are all involved in it. We know these systems of care don't work when they are fragmented and in silos. As such, we do encourage the committee to please ITL this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you very
much. Michelle Merritt? Did I get that right? Maybe. Looks like. Okay.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Michelle Merritt. I'm the president at New Futures, and I am here today on behalf of my colleague, Emma Savini, who you have seen in the past, who very recently had a baby. So I am pinch hitting for this hearing, and we wish her all the best of luck as she's navigating having an infant at home and a toddler. I know too well what that's like because I have 3 of my own at home. So Sam Hawkins from NAMI hit on most of the points that I was going to reiterate here. New Futures is also opposing HB 1754 and did want to also reiterate the point around the unfunded mandate about what exactly the system of care in 135F what the provision that requires MTSSB is actually doing in that definition section. And Sam covered it, so I don't really want to go back forward and repeat that anymore. But in terms of the impact on the system of care of repealing this section, it would have the impact of essentially abandoning school districts and forcing them to reinvent the wheel when it comes to having access to this toolkit and this framework. And removing the tool that helps them manage kids with challenging behaviors and keep them in the classroom. It would also set New Hampshire back. Since 2014, we've worked very hard to build out our system of care for children's behavioral health. I was just at a hearing earlier today where we were actually hearkening back to 2021 when we had 51 kids boarding in hospital emergency rooms in a single day in February, 5 years ago, almost to the day. And some of the reasons why we're not seeing those numbers boarding in hospital emergency rooms is because we have a system of care that's working. And part of the system of care and the thing that makes it work is that it breaks down silos between school districts, health centers, and also is family-driven and youth-guided. So in repealing this particular section, we would see a step back and the resurgence of these silos that we know make it more difficult for families to navigate already really complex systems. So that's the only thing new that I really have to add to this conversation. But again, thank you all for the thoughtful questions, and I'm happy to take any questions to the extent that I could answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I did.
Yes.
Oh, it's coming.
It's I don't.
We have one for each, right?
Yeah.
It's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's coming.
Barbara Slayton.
Collects the price is right. I'm gonna pass these out and then I'm not gonna cover most of what's on there, because a lot of it's already been covered. Is this on?
Yeah.
I'm Barbara Slayton. I was here on Monday. Nice to see you all again. I'm honored to be back and have a voice here. I'm a little frustrated that I feel like I need to come back and have a voice. And I guess to begin with, I would encourage, if you're considering bills having to do with education, and mental health, or the overlap of education and mental health, reaching out to your local school district and speaking to the representatives. Senator Anus, I believe, is one of the sponsors of this bill. He represents Franklin. We haven't had a conversation about this. So I would just encourage you to find out what it is the schools are needing, because we're open to having those conversations. I'm just going to touch on two things which I've heard come up over and over again, which I'm feeling more keen to answer. One is about what would happen if this were to go away. In Franklin, we are a very underfunded school, won't even go veer into school funding in New Hampshire. But in order to have any of these services in place, we rely heavily on federal grants. I've been at the Franklin School District since 2017 and have managed a Project Aware grant from a subgrant from the Department of Education. I have managed a STOP grant focused on building behavioral health and intervention teams. I've now gotten a second STOP grant, and we got a Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Program grant. Those were from the Department of Justice, the Department of Justice, the Department of Education, and the Department of Homeland Security on the federal level. This model and this public health model is what has helped us get those grants. We don't write a grant saying, hey, we want to throw some spaghetti at the wall and see which SEL program is going to work and what interventions we want to use at tier 3. We write a grant that says we use a multi-tiered systems of support model for behavior, which is the gold standard across the nation and based on the public health model, as you have heard. We are able to say our neighboring school districts, and you've heard from all of them already, our neighboring school districts use a similar model. And finally, our state supports this model. So to go into a federal grant writing season where we get all of our funding from for our behavioral and mental, is that my timer already? Okay. My other area of expertise is about the fact we don't diagnose. So if anybody wants to ask me about that.
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, thank you for explaining your resources around federal grant opportunities. I think that's important when we're talking about wraparound services and what is possible. Those opportunities, I think, are, whether it's push-in services or are vital to the success of communities, and it does take a village to have those things. So I think that support is necessary. And so to that end, you talked about the grant writing window. Is that coming up, or has it already left?
The federal grant writing window these days is more like a brick wall. So like we had a targeted violence prevention grant from the Department of Homeland Security that was rescinded halfway through the grant cycle because it no longer met the administration's priorities of funding other things. So I'm not sure when that will be. The grant, some of the grants that we've expected in the past have been not offered. So the horizon is bleak, but it's even bleaker if we don't have state support.
Representative Weinstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to call attention to one of the bullets in your written testimony, and it's about workforce stability.
Yep.
And we've heard a few different people testify about safety. And the bill that we heard right before this one was about teachers' rights and in particular, teacher safety. And I was just hoping you could talk a little bit more about how this program might impact teachers.
Absolutely. And I know it's not a one size fits all, and this is what we do in Franklin, but when we talk about universal supports, we're supporting teachers as well. In our district, one of our things that we're doing is we're training all of our staff in the district in a program called MANT. In other districts, they might use crisis prevention and intervention. There are all sorts of names for it, but it's really how to communicate with students to prevent high-risk behavioral issues. So how to prevent a situation from escalating to a point where somebody might be throwing a chair. And if somebody is throwing a chair, who in the district, every district has to have a team that responds to those high-risk behaviors. So that would be an example of something that we're doing under our Tier 1 programming that's funded by this federal grant that I'm talking about, is that we're training our trainers. I'm a trainer, 2 more in our district, so that we can support all of the staff in using the same model, the same language. We could say the same about working with students who have experienced trauma or any of the other other things that we know are coming to us in the Franklin School District. We provide that professional development and education and support for teachers so that they can talk with these kids, because sitting in a corner and refusing to participate and putting your head down doesn't necessarily mean you're being defiant and you need to go to the office. It might mean that you're having a PTSD reaction and you need some support and somebody to say, hey, what's going on?
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The sponsor of the bill said MTSSB is misdiagnosing kids. Could you speak to that, please?
I can speak to all of that. By way of history, I have been an LICSW licensed individual clinical social worker since 2001 in the state of New Hampshire. I spent 12 years working with children in therapeutic foster care across 2 agencies. I then spent 5 years working at the secure psychiatric unit at the prison, and I've spent since 2017 at the Franklin School District. So I do understand what clinical diagnosis is, and I understand what it's not. And I can tell you that we have enough things going on with supporting behaviors of students and referring them to providers that nobody in the school district that I work in has the time, energy, or expertise to make those diagnoses. That's not what we're doing. This system of support allows us to identify who might need further supports, and then we refer out. You heard from Melissa Colby just a few minutes ago. Super proud. She used to be an intern of mine. Sorry, Melissa. But she works at Riverbend. Through the systems of care and MTSSB system, we have developed a facilitated referral process, not only with Riverbend, but with Health First Community Health Center. So we have a kind of a 3-way dialogue in Franklin about, we have a student who needs support. How might they get the support? What agencies can we partner with the family on? And hey, family, can we, if you want this support, can we help you along the process, hold your hand through this process so you're not lost in how to get support for your child outside of our school. In addition, we have both of those agencies. We provide a room space for them in the school building so they can come in. They're still getting Riverbend services. It just happens to be in a room at the middle school so that the student isn't missing 3 hours of school to go to an appointment, which they might not be able to get to because their family doesn't have a car. Instead, they're missing, 45 minutes because they're going, on their lunch break and doing their therapy at school. So we're not in the business of diagnosing anybody. That's not happening. It's just not.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I was just looking at your sample example in here of this child who had experienced trauma, but it could have been any number of reasons why this child was having difficulties. And the sort of previous model, which would be reactive versus the proactive model. And so my question is, if we're taking a proactive framework to preventing outbursts and whatnot, what's the impact not on Alex, but on Alex's classmates?
It's actually a very positive impact on Alex's classmates because we're teaching Alex how to not have the outburst. So Alex is now no longer disrupting the classroom. If it turns out that there are 3 or 4 kids in the class who are having similar issues, we might use, say, a responsive classroom model, which is teaching teachers about building a culture within their classroom. They might say circle up, and instead of spending 45 minutes working on Alex's behavior or having him disrupt the classroom, they might sit down and say, let's all review the rules about how we get attention if we need help. So it's a time saver in that respect, and it actually focuses more on the other students. It looks at everybody as a whole, and then for those who need further supports, we have those systems in place to identify them.
Thank you so much. And then what would the impact on the teacher be?
The teacher's probably not going to be pulling her or his hair out as much. The teacher's going to have more tools because we've provided that professional development for them, and the teacher's going to be able to get back to teaching a lot sooner.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So if I'm hearing you correctly, in some of these schools, space is being rented out to private contractors to come in and offer psychiatric care to children. I heard you say it was a time saver, but I don't understand. So is Johnny or Susie being pulled out of class with a potential serious diagnosis like PTSD, where they're having 40, 50, or 60 minutes of counseling, and then they're expected to go back in and take a math test or an English test, or forget that we just brought this to the surface in the middle of a school day?
If a student is experiencing something like that, then no, they're going to have their services outside of school and it's going to be at the clinic. If it's something less than that or something that's not going to be disrupted for the school day, we also need to remember if the student is not going to that room for 45 minutes, the parent is coming, getting the student, taking them out of school. They're gone for 3 hours. Now they've missed 3 hours of instruction instead of 1. And for many of our families in Franklin, it might not be the same in the districts that you represent. Transportation is a real barrier, and there are going to be students who don't get mental health services, period, if we don't provide a location for that to happen. So we are not providing those services by us. It's a model called co-located services, and I would encourage you to do research about that. It's not the school district providing mental health services. It's a way to reduce barriers so people who need the services the most can access them.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. To piggyback a little off of Representative Litchfield's question. Yep. So I'm confused because is that an intervention or is that regular treatment? Because there's as you know,
that would be an intervention. That would be again, it would be the same thing. If Alex needed to go to Riverbend to get counseling, we have a Riverbend counseling.
So it's an intervention. It's
Correct.
not just like
it's
a
not
regularly
a school-based
scheduled appointment. Thank you. That's what I needed to.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. It's it's not a school intervention. It's a family who wants to access therapy services for their student, and we're reducing the barrier for them doing that. We're not providing the intervention. We have somebody who comes into the school and does that. It's a very common model called co-located services, and the point is to reduce the barriers.
So it would be something that the parent asked for.
Absolutely.
Like an appointment.
Yes, absolutely. So we're doing a facilitated referral process. We reach out to the parent where the counselor says, so-and-so is struggling with this. We've identified this need through our data-driven process of MTSSB. What do you have the same concerns? How can we support you? The parent might say, I don't know where to go. My child needs therapy, but there's long waiting lists everywhere. We say, can we help you with that? And it's like a warm handoff, saying we have this student who needs this. Many times they're being able to be seen within a couple of weeks instead of a couple of months because we have somebody who can pick that up more quickly because of our referral process.
Representative Murray.
And thank you so much for taking my question. I just wanted to also confirm first, if I may, it's my understanding that nothing such as you were mentioning with co-located services happens in a silo. It is with parent approval.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And may I follow up? Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the parent has also approved of, do you want this to happen outside of school or in school? And most of the time the parent is saying, if you could please provide a location because otherwise they're not going to get there.
Thank you. Follow up if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so my other question is, there are similar services such as OT or PT services that happen as a co-located service that the provider comes to the school. So, for example, Jami needs some sort of muscle support or some sort of other thing, and that would be happening in the school so that their day is not interrupted, correct?
Correct. I just want to make a distinction, though. Those services are probably identified and prescribed through the IEP process, so they are part of the school day, and the school is providing those services. There's a big difference between that and I would like for my child to have therapy. Can you reduce some of the barriers so that that can happen? It's not a school employee who's doing the services. It's entirely it's usually at the parent's request. And it's not done, nothing is done without the parents in this model.
Thank you very much. That was my point. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Ms. Layton, good to see you again. Thank you so much for your information. Can you just give me an overview, simple, and you may not have one, of typically where we see the most interactions of NTSB in the K-12 system?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
If I understand the tier 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. But my guess would be we don't see it in grade 11 and 12 primarily. I'm just trying to, where do we see the onset of this in terms of the use?
It's not really an onset. It's a constant process of identifying issues, and the issues are going to change with the developmental needs of the students. So it might look like a kindergarten student coming in and looking anxious and not, as your example, advocating for self and all of those kind of things. That might be the kindergarten student. It might be the same student who in high school starts skipping classes because they can't be around other kids because of their social anxiety. So it's really not one point. It's across the developmental age, and the issues might look different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jennifer O'Higgins?
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for this opportunity to share some context for you. For the record, my name is Jenny O'Higgins, and I am the Legislative Liaison for the Division of Behavioral Health at DHHS. So within our division includes the Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health. So I just wanted to give you some information about our children's system of care. So you've already heard from many others about the DHHS roadmap, the 10-year mental health plan, and the children's system of care. So the department has been really prioritizing through a deep dive into our data of our mental health system and looking at what are the needs across the lifespan. We've been prioritizing community-based care and very collaborative models. And so the MTSSB framework, you've already heard a lot about sort of what that is. I just wanted to clarify how much DHHS has partnered with all of the Department of Education as well as all of the partners, the community mental health centers, to make sure that youth have access to all the supports that they need when and where they need them. And some major shifts that we have seen over time are in reducing our ED boarding for children, our crisis service needs for children, and unnecessary inpatient stays for children. It has been a huge focus of the state. You heard earlier testimony that in 2021, on a single night in February, there were 51 children boarding in the emergency department, right? So today, I can say that this month, we've been hitting about an average of 4 children boarding in emergency departments, and we've hit 0 3 nights this month as well. We've gotten down to 0. So our Mission Zero initiative is to have no one boarding in emergency departments. And that is a huge shift for kids, right? From 51 to an average of 4 and sometimes even none, right? We're looking to achieve that Mission Zero. So there's some, major investments that have been made in the children's system of care. New Hampshire has really focused on this and made huge, both financial and legislative investments. So you've heard about RSA 135F. You've heard about the Children's System of Care Advisory Committee that has been meeting since 2016 every other month, has significant work groups, and they also monitor progress on all of these goals. So consistently looking at data that includes our crisis system, it includes our care management entities, our wraparound programs, Fast Forward. It tracks all the referral sources, so we also know how many children are being referred by schools. It tracks our residential numbers, our length of stay, our CMHC enrollment data, on and on. So we are monitoring how we make progress here, and MTSSB is a core component of that broader system of care. And I have so many more things to say.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I went back and looked at the 135F. You and the Department of Ed seem to share the same responsibility, which it says within existing statutory and budgetary constraints, you shall establish the system of mental health. So are you both doing this? Is it both your responsibilities, or how do you share that responsibility? And second, if they're not in every school, do you feel like you have met your responsibility?
Yes, so thank you. Both departments work very closely together and work together on that Children's System of Care Advisory Council too. So you've heard about collaboration at a local or a school-based level. That's happening at that state level as well, where the experts in youth behavioral health come together to make decisions for the state about how we should move forward in these investments. And there are some delineation within the RSA about this should be done by the DHHS and this should be done by the Education Department. But again, we're both looking at that. I think the repeal of MTSSB is not necessarily okay. It would either be mandated in every school or it would not exist in every school, because the way that RSA is written and the way that this bill is written to repeal that piece of it is just for that statewide level.
right? So schools, it's not a mandate for schools. It's just at that statewide level. So the loss of this, how the repeal would impact us today would be the statewide framework, right? And it would repeal requirements. It would be a loss of things like shared tools and technical assistance and training available to schools. It not mandated for each and every school. It would increase the burden on individual districts to then design their own systems, and it would reduce alignment with the community mental health centers and the other partners. So it would significantly reduce that collaboration that's happening, and the issues wouldn't go away, right? Those would remain, but the coordination would go away. The statewide availability of those tools that are in place, that's what we would lose through the repeal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry I don't know this, but how far along are we in the 10-year plan?
It started in 2019 with 3 years left.
3 years.
And we also do regular reports, and we were actually just asked to do a report on our priorities for the last 3 years. So we regularly report out on what have we accomplished, but we're also looking at a focus of the last 3 years.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up to that? Thank you. Are you involved with the System of Care Advisory Committee?
Not me personally. Daryl Tenney is the director of the Bureau of Children's Mental Health, and he is very involved.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to make a suggestion. You cited a lot of information that you have at your ready. Can you forward that to the committee, please?
Not only can I would love to.
You win.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I was actually referring also like Representative Dry to section 135F7. And so in subsection 2, it says the commissioners may apply for any federal waivers, plan amendments, or other changes or expansion of federal funding mechanisms necessary to implement the provisions of the agreement. If this were repealed, would that prevent both of those departments from doing that?
Potentially. I'd really have to kind of go back and look into that. I think, though, that some of the data and the tools that we have in place today help us in our application, certainly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know how many employees at DHHS are designated to the MTSSB program?
None are dedicated to the program alone. Many work on the children's system of care broadly.
May I ask another follow-up? And the tools in the toolbox, are they offered on the website now, and would they continue to remain if this was repealed?
The toolkit would, but the technical assistance and how we help schools to implement all of the different programs, policies, procedures, pieces would be, that piece would be lost. Yeah, thanks.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. At the end of your testimony, you said, there are so many more things I would like to say. Could you tell us one of those things that you weren't able to say?
So grateful for you. I only get to pick one. Okay. So I think the biggest thing is that the legislators have, put so much attention on children's behavioral health in the past few years and made these really significant investments. And then we've seen such significant improvements that it feels like it's such a moment to make sure we kind of keep our feet on the gas in that area and not start rolling back places that we know that we're helping children in New Hampshire to get well, where they were significantly struggling, right? And we see multi-tiered systems of supports for all kinds of other types of issues. Like for my child is literacy. It's still a 3-tiered system, right? So and we teach all the kids need to learn to read. That's universal. And then when some children need additional supports, that's our tier 2. And when they need a real targeted intervention, like my child, that's tier 3, right? And we've implemented universal screening for dyslexia. And that's worked. That's caught all these kids who have dyslexia, and then they get this targeted intervention, and then they go on to get better at reading, and it changes the whole trajectory of their life. And I've experienced that as a mother, and it's that, except now it's for mental health and wellness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Could you please remind me why it sounds like 2021, we continue to go back to that year, and I can't remember why it is, if something consequential had happened in the program or what, but for me, I just keep going back to, of course, the numbers were high. This was COVID. Kids were locked. Everybody was locked kind of inside. So what is the significance? Why do we keep going back to the 2021 stats? Because it seems to me that they would be artificially inflated.
Thank you for asking that question. So the 2021 number of 51 was said earlier by Michelle Merritt during her testimony, and it was actually because it just came up on another bill earlier this year that had to do with 2021. So it's not relevant to this bill that year in particular, but because she said that, I wanted to follow up with you to make sure this committee knew where they were today. So while they may have been particularly high during COVID, and I'm not sure because I'd have to look at the trend data, they have been dropping over time so significantly. So they were also significantly higher prior to the pandemic.
Follow up? Thank you. And thank you again. Would you have, how far back could you give us data? 10, 12 years? Could you send that to the committee, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm not sure how far back, but I'll go back to Daryl, our children's director, and ask him and then get you some
I do
follow-up.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Thinking about the concept of boarding children in emergency rooms and thinking about testimony where you heard about children in a particular school district not having their families not having the resources to get them to see a therapist because of transportation issues or otherwise. My supposition is it's likely they don't necessarily have the type of insurance that would cover those kinds of programs for therapy necessarily. And I'm wondering, as a cost measure, whether MTSS in its prevention of children going to ERs ultimately saves us as a state significant money for the cost of ER care and whatnot.
Yes, so like many other types of medical interventions, the earlier the intervention, the better the outcome, right? So if we can catch things early on, and even just like I likened this to reading earlier, the earlier we catch that, the better the outcomes are, right? And so again, MTSSB is not a clinical program. It's a structured approach, right? So what it's doing is just capturing children early and making those referrals. And so there is a significant amount of care that can be picked up by various programs, including, Medicaid and expanded Medicaid programs and state general funds and all different types of ways that it might be paid for, regardless of families' ability to pay. But certainly when those things are not caught early, we go on to see those increases in much higher levels of care, including inpatient care, including emergency rooms, including out of state or out of region placements, for which we have, 6 children out of state right now, that can cost about $500,000 a year. So extremely costly care, whereas the earlier we get an intervention for children, the better their outcomes are and the less it costs the state. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson? Thank you very much. Kelly and Catherine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Can you just hit the button there? So there you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having us today. I'm Catherine Lessing. I'm the administrator of the Office of Student and Educator Wellness at the Department of Education.
And I'm Kelly Rambo, the Bureau Administrator for Nutrition and Wellness at the Department of Education.
So much has already been said today about what MTSSB is. So I'll try to keep it pretty brief. Ultimately, it is a framework. It's not a specific curriculum or program. It's locally driven. So districts and schools choose how they sort of want to build out their tiers, and I'll explain that a little bit. And I'll explain how the department supports schools in doing that. Because districts and schools select and implement their specific practices to fit their local context, guided by their own local data like behavior incidents, so office discipline referrals, bullying data, local bullying data, suspension data, they select what they would like to put into place. One thing I'll touch on that seemed to come up quite a bit today was around parental consent and data privacy. As they implement those programs, they absolutely must be following all federal and state statute regarding parental consent and data privacy. Just to reiterate the 3 tiers of the framework, we're not labeling students and saying you're a tier 1 student or a tier 2 student. It's about the level of supports that are provided. So tier 1 are universal supports. They probably feel fairly familiar for the most part to many of us from our schooling days, promoting positive behavior expectations or school rules, helping teachers implement effective classroom management strategies, school-wide behavior response protocol, those types of practices. Tier 2 would be students who need a little bit more extra support but aren't rising to the highest need. And then Tier 3 is really where that collaboration that we heard about today with community partners comes into play. In any case where a student needs additional support outside of that universal level, parental consent and data privacy procedures must be followed. MTSSB has been part of New Hampshire's approach to safe and supportive learning environments for over a decade. New Hampshire's School Safety Preparedness Task Force, which is overseen by the New Hampshire Department of Safety, names MTSSB as a key component of its School Safety Task Force recommendations, Recommendation 9. We've heard today also that MTSSB works in tandem with behavioral threat assessment systems in schools, integrating violence prevention strategies, crisis response protocols to ensure comprehensive readiness in case of behavioral threats or emergencies. Since 2013, our office, the Office of Student and Educator Wellness at the Department of Education, has received 8 competitive federal grants from multiple agencies, including U.S. Department of Ed, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and the U.S. Department of Justice to support New Hampshire schools and districts in implementing MTSSB. The majority of these funds have flown through subawards to local districts to strengthen their efforts. Some evaluation from these projects has shown positive outcomes. One project showed that increased fidelity to the MTSSB framework was correlated with decreased office discipline referrals, showing that when a school district is implementing MTSSB well, students are gaining instructional time. They're not being removed from the classroom or being sent to the office effectively. While funding can help launch local practices, we've heard this a little bit today too, MTSSB does not have a fixed cost. Many schools use existing resources. Others allocate funds for staff to coordinate implementation. Again, the strategies and programs are a local decision, so the cost associated with those is a local decision. And ultimately, the decision to adopt MTSSB is a local decision. This particular piece of legislation is about statewide support for the framework. And what we've seen in the past several years. So in 2025, the School Safety Self-Assessment, which is administered by the New Hampshire Department of Safety, every year shows that about 70% of New Hampshire schools are utilizing the MTSSB framework to address behavior in schools. That's self-report. Beginning in the fall of 2022, the Department of Education began offering twice annual framework trainings open to educators throughout the state. Those trainings have been consistently full. This past year, we've had to offer 2 sessions. To date, we've trained over 616 educators throughout the state from 44 districts and 85 schools. And the New Hampshire MTSSB Toolkit, which is an online resource for implementation, is widely used statewide with over 3,900 unique users. Just last year and the last school year. The impact of this bill is unclear whether or not that would continue if the state is no longer required to support MTSSB. So in summary, MTSSB is a locally driven framework that promotes supportive environments where all students can thrive. Through the state level training, resources, and partnerships that have been provided by the Department of Education, New Hampshire has seen positive outcomes and strong buy-in across the state from schools and districts. And I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for pulling it all together. I think that's what we're sort of waiting for. So I'm hoping that you can send us your testimony because you had some good statistics in there. But also, just in a nutshell, if this goes through, if this is repealed, what will happen in just one or two sentences?
Well, I think folks in this room know that anytime there is not a statutory requirement, programs tend to go away. So I think that that's probably, there would no longer be the requirement to support this at the state level.
Representative Murray?
Madam Chair, thank you for taking my question and thank you for your commitment to overseeing programs like this. So I did have a question for the previous department, which was DHHS, and I'll ask it here to you again, just regarding, you mentioned almost a dozen, or 10 competitive grants that you would see. Would you foresee if this had been, if this is removed, like the opportunity for these in, you said fidelity to the program might be compromised. Could these grants also be compromised as a result?
Yeah, I would say every one of those grant projects that was written after the legislation was passed in 2016 were written with the children's system of care in mind, that collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services, and how MTSSB is an integral part of that.
Any other questions? Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So if I heard you correctly, you had mentioned that the schools must follow any rules or laws that we have out there regarding data privacy and parental consent. Yet today we actually had a principal of a middle school that testified a couple hours ago telling us that they were not following that. So what is the oversight?
I didn't hear him make that comment.
Oh, I specifically asked if parents could opt in or opt out, was my question.
So different programs have different requirements under current statute. These pieces of legislation come up every year. And so whatever current statute stands both at the state level and the federal level is what schools and districts are required to follow.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other pink cards for 1754? We will close the hearing. And we'll see everybody next Wednesday. Oh, do you? I mean, I think we have a half an hour if you want to. No. But next Wednesday we will. So it's going to be two hearings, and then we need to exec a lot of bills. No.
Madam Chair, could you reiterate the schedule next week?